Well, that's an interesting, spicy chat to start us off. Hello, everyone. Oh, dear. Cheers. Happy Sunday and welcome to episode 11 of Pariahs. I know, Yeti. I know. Yeah, hope everyone's had a good time in the 2 weeks we've been away. For those over in the States, hope you enjoyed Thanksgiving. I enjoyed the downtime. Not. I gave everyone a level up last session, and migrated Foundry from the D&D5 2014 edition rules to the new 2024 edition rules. Now, when people came to level up, that obviously didn't go down very well. Everything I've done in Foundry in the past was for the 2014 rules, so nothing worked. Everything broke. I did indeed, as Lucia said. Fuck it. So, it was a good job we had a little bit of a break, because your boy here had to spend a considerable amount of time rebuilding the entire campaign. Yay! But yes, with that said, it is now new and shiny, fresh, and there has been a few changes, but we'll probably discuss that before we get into the recap with the players. Hello, players.
Hiya.
Hello.
Yeah, I bought shit.
Well, it wasn't your fault. I blame Found. No,
Wizard of the Coast.
Wizard of the Coast, yeah. Foundry's alright. It's not their fault.
No.
So, I heard a rumor that Elon Musk is so annoyed with
Wizards that he's going to buy. Mm-hmm.
that he's going to buy Hasbro and make them do it the way it used to be.
I mean, having looked through the player's guide and the dungeon master's guide, we've got to talk about this now since it's been brought up. The new edition of D&D. It's here to stay, regardless of people's thoughts on it. It's not as bad as the internet made it out to be. But that's
some things I don't like, but
absolutely, yeah, there are some things that we don't like. But at the same time, we play in a grim, dark, gothic fantasy setting. So regardless of whether the artwork and all the other stuff makes it look flowery and fancy and everyone's sitting around eating pastries and stuff, it makes no difference to us. And it never will. So yeah, we're now on the 2024 5.5, whatever anyone wants to call it, edition rules. Not that there's much changed in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, that does, though, mean that there has been some changes for the players, as certain subclasses from before either haven't been ported over to the new edition, or they just wouldn't work in a timely manner for me to set up in Foundry. Let's put it that way. That's probably the best way of putting it. So, shall we talk about level ups before we go into recap? Because that was the big thing at the end of last session, if I remember rightly.
Yeah. It's a lovely surprise. Christmas came early.
It did. It did.
Thank you, oh merciful DM.
Oh, you're welcome.
Suck up.
You're welcome.
I am sucking up real hard right now.
DM's pit.
In that case, then, Vanya, previously you were a bard. Subclass
Yes.
was a College of Adventures from the Grim Hollow supplement, but due to the last, what are we now? This will be episode 74? No. 72.
yeah.
Vanya's had a lot of character building, trials, tribulations. So, what are you now?
Still amazing. A inspiring leader.
Mm-hmm.
So humble.
And then no, but for her changes of no longer being a bard, she is a wizard with a subclass of enchantment. Just kind of makes sense with where she was learning and growing, and with her cult.
All right.
I don't know. Should I add more to that? Is that good? Is
That's
that what you
fine.
wanted?
No, that's perfect. Just a brief summary of just what's changed due to again in character stuff and out of character Foundry bullshit. Who wants to go next?
I mean, I can go next, seeing how something actually changed.
All right. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So obviously, Dorian just awakened as Dorian after being Desmond for a very long time, and we had been using a like a placeholder class, I want to say, because we didn't have anything that really fit. And then Solution, being the pro of all D&D supplements and everything, was like, "Oh well, this looks cool. We'll try this," and brought it over. And I think he's already regretting that shit, right? Because of, but this class is called an Illrigger, which is basically a such form of agent of hell or hell knight of some kind. It's pretty juicy, Chad. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty juicy.
It is indeed. The Illrigger is from MCDM. It's on D&D Beyond, and MCDM have been around for many, many years, providing various supplements. Some of them are a little, in the past at least, were questionably powerful, but considering we're now level 8 and stepping into the realm of heroes, I've kind of just said, you know what, fuck it.
Oh, Chad, just wait. Just wait.
So yes, the Illrigger class is, for all intents and purposes, a Knight of Hell. So, next up. Cypher, well, you're nice and easy.
Yeah, I leveled up. Yep, that is all.
Yeah. Still a sorcerer with the School of Shadow Magic.
Yep.
Makes sense. Still a lich, obviously.
Still dead.
Still dead. Reza, what about you?
Also still dead.
Good.
But due to character development, Reza is still a arcane archer fighter, but she has taken a level of wizard due to her training with Cypher. So her kind of like her cat creation was I view that as kind of like her graduation thesis statement present. So now she's doing the magics.
A fighter wizard, chat. This campaign is certainly not min-max in the slightest. That's why I love it. I am on board.
You did this.
I did do this. Garrett, last but not least.
Garrett is still a mystery wrapped in an enigma. But, as well as being a soul knife rogue, I now have a level of druid. So I've effectively made myself weaker.
You say that, but the memery...
Oh yeah, the memes are going to be solid.
Yeah. So yeah, from an above table perspective, everyone, that's where we are after the little 2-week break that we've just had. Level 8 wizard, level 8 Illrigger, level 8 sorcerer, a 7-1 fighter wizard, and a 7-1 rogue druid. What more can you ask for? With that said, though, Cypher, what did happen last week?
Well, as Dorian said earlier on, we went to the meeting and then we came home, and that's what happened last episode.
Cool, great recap. Right, let's get in.
Yeah. That's what it boils down to. But yeah, we continued on with our meeting. Had a chat with the Countess. She found out what everybody wanted or what she could help everybody achieve. With the underlining but with every sentence, she obviously wanted something for us, other than the memes, because, you know, welcome to the great game, as it were. Sorry, I've got a bit.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
There we go.
You do what you need to do.
I'm all right. So, yeah, she was like, right, okay, cool. I will take you under my wing. Here, have some shinies. Everybody got a cool pin, apart from Vanya, who got something else.
The keys.
The keys? To my heart?
The keys. No, the keys to everything she ever desired. Untapped, unlimited knowledge.
Infinite cosmic power. Itty bitty living space.
So, yeah. Oh, it tickled me more than it should have. So, yeah, we agreed to help her being a thorn in Sandoval's side for both her gain and ours, possibly. Quite possibly. As she is known to look after her subordinates as long as they don't fuck up. So, there you go, chat. Just don't fuck up.
Yeah.
Piece of cake. And then she geisted everybody, which is like getting ghosted, but worse.
It's like a what?
It's like getting ghosted, but worse.
Okay.
It hurts if you talk about it.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it's-
Okay, I like it now.
Right. Okay.
It's gonna be one of those sessions.
It's spiraling into
It's gonna be one of these sessions. Alright, I'm on board. Carry on.
Sorry, that double shot of espresso before the episode was probably a bad idea.
In fact, do you know what? Half of this rum's gone already. Let me top it up. I'm going to need it.
Yeah, so we got geisted, which means we can't talk about what we agreed to or what we did. And then we were free to leave, basically. We got shown out, had to break up a fight between a fucking bloodwork automaton and a death goose. Nothing out of
Nothing out of the ordinary. Yeah.
The usual. And then a bit more sightseeing on the way back. We got to see a public execution of a vampire, which was pretty cool. Garrett got the lowdown on that with showing off his new pin to the local guards. And I think it was somebody from House Moretti getting executed for basically embezzling funds when not paying taxes. Fucking pikeys.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that happened, and then it was just a slow meander back to the coin floor, where the party kind of split
never
into
ends.
as Cypher was having separation anxiety from his phylactery, and it was like, ain't nothing getting in my way. Garrett and Rezo like, Cypher, oh, okay, we'll just follow on behind. And then Doria was left, sadly, with Vanya, who decided she wanted the goose of 5 heads and death, but not at that price, because apparently it was like 12 gold a day just to rent out.
I'll create my own.
Yeah, chat. Ask her how you make a death goose.
Lots of love.
It's not how you do it.
I mean, on a technicality.
Don't let her win this one. Sadly, she couldn't broker because she wanted it like there and then, but she couldn't broker a deal. So she sulked off. Well, then it was Dorian was like, well, since we're here, I need to go see some peoples. So off he went to his host's family.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. To kind of rub some salt in the wound and be like, hey, guess who isn't such a fuck up now?
It's like that moment from Pretty Woman where she walks back in with all the shopping bags and it's like, big mistake. Huge.
Yeah. Dorian is a pretty woman.
Whore with a heart of gold.
Yep.
And then everybody gathered back at the Folly to have a little chat of what happened. And kind of decide what was going to happen going forward.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's a pretty solid recap. Just in time for the adverts to end as well. God, timing. Impeccable.
Skills to pay the bills.
It is. So, before we dive in, one last thing I've got to do. Ravon, thank you for those 15 months resub. D's, 68 months, tier 3. Oh, thank you. Sneeze, 30 bits, thank you very much. Callie, 53-month resub. Lucius, thank you for your 60. 60 months, I know. And then Scob, thank you for your 66. God, some crazy numbers. We've been doing this a while.
You got 9 months left with me, and that's it.
Yeah. Is that
Nice.
is that it then? Just no more resubs ever again. You're just going to stay at 69.
Yeah. Can't sully that. Can
No.
you?
No. All right. So, with that said then, back to where we left off last session. You had all congregated in Cypher's sanctum, far below the Shadowed Circle and the Baron's Folly. You discussed a few details in regards to the geas that had been placed on you by Catalina Vulpescu and the ramifications that come with that, such as no one can overhear. Be it living, dead, you are, for all intents and purposes, for the next 30 days, sworn to secrecy with your, in regards to your direct involvement with her. Now, granted, that doesn't extend to Dame Cordelia, and I think we all agreed that the angle going forward would be that you are now working under Dame Cordelia and the House Vulpescu. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
Cool. With that said, though, this would, after this conversation had been had amongst yourselves, would lead into a night's rest, a short rest as such. Not that you need it because you're leveled up and we reset the whole lot. So if there is anything anyone wishes to do during the downtime period overnight, now's your time to bring it up.
Dorian is going to, because of the way that things have happened, he's going to doff his gauntlets at the table at the end of the meeting and just push them towards Garrett. I don't think I'll be needing these anymore.
Oh, really?
really.
I think I can find a use for those.
Remarkably handy things. But I have to go see about a few things. I'll be back to figure out a plan of attack for this whole thing.
As you will. And I scoop up the gauntlets and slide them onto my hands and have a little flex.
Would anyone, in fact, let me drag those into your inventory then, Garrett, since you are now the proud owners, or owner, should I say, of the Gauntlets of Might. What do the Gauntlets of Might do, Garrett?
They set my strength to a whopping 19.
So, indeed, the Gauntlets of Might set your strength score to 19.
It's already done.
It's mine now.
What was your strength before that?
8.
So as you put these gauntlets on, Garrett, it takes a while for you to get used to them, to figure out how it affects. What sort of exercises or other endeavors would you do to get used to these gauntlets over the rest?
I'd probably just start working in the garden in the fawn room, marveling on how quickly I can dig a hole and move great big plants around.
I must say, it's not so much digging a hole, it's just one sweep of your hand and the earth just piles up.
And I had that pile of fallen masonry at the back of the room that I've been meaning to deal with, and now it's all stacked nicely.
Excellent.
At some point, Reza would knock on the door of the thorn room.
Come in.
Having fun?
Yes, I've got some nice new gauntlets from our friend Dorian.
Excellent. So, I need a lot of gold, more than I currently have on me. Do you mind if I just dip a hand into the stash?
Yeah, go ahead.
Where is it?
Oh yes, Elias.
A few moments pass before the branches and roots around the thorn room begin to creak, as eventually a large stump begins to emerge from the ground. Several of the vines pull back, revealing what looks to be almost like a safe, roughly a meter wide, a meter tall, and a meter deep.
Is it locked?
Several of the roots are starting to unravel the front of this small vault, and as it opens inside, it is almost to the brim with gold coins, precious gemstones.
Reza
Yes, the
will.
bloodshot trade has been good.
I see. Excellent, excellent. Now, not all of this is for me. I'm going to be getting some things for everybody given our new status, so just don't worry. And she takes the bag of holding and holds it up to the edge, and then just takes an arm and just does like a big old scoop into the bag of holding.
Garrett's eye starts to twitch. I
probably won't spend it all, but I don't know what the prices of some of the things I want to purchase are, so I don't want to go in ill-prepared.
Fine, I trust you.
Good. And she takes another armful.
Actually, I'm gonna need your help at some point. Not right now, but I've got something I would like to test, and I need a vampire.
Okay. I, of course, trust you implicitly, but is there any chance it could kill me?
No. I'm trying to make a bloodshot that works for vampires.
Oh, I see. So you want to get me drunk. Got it. Yeah, no, I'm happy to help with that. Just let me know
Marvellous.
when.
Will do.
She walks out, grateful for the bag of holding that greatly reduces the weight of all the gold she just took.
All right.
Marvellous.
So, with Reza swanning out of the throne room, bag of holding tucked to her belt. As you depart, Elias covers the door to the throne room with vines and roots once again, leaving you, Garrett, alone with a much less healthier looking vault.
Yes. Easy come, easy go.
But with that, anything further?
I'm gonna settle down and sit on the actual earth of the fawn room and start to meditate.
Alright.
That'll be me for the foreseeable.
For the foreseeable, okay. Cypher, anything you're doing over the downtime?
During the downtime, Cypher has been writing a book. And it's kind of like a culmination of things he's learned from like old religions. He's just kind of cherry picked some like core ideals of religions, and he's kind of like, oh well, I can incorporate that in. And he's left this. It's just like a Bible at the base of Vanya's bed. So like while she's asleep, he came in, so that she was asleep. He was like, oh yeah, people sleep. Put it up, just like laid it on her legs, left. So when Vanya wakes up, she has a book with some ideas for a religion.
Religion or cult?
Same thing.
All right. Vanya or Dorian, anything further you two wish to add during the downtime before the new day breaks?
I will say Vanya went to visit her sisterhood.
Okay. Is there anything in particular any reason you're going there, or is it just as a checkup?
She needs to check in to see where they are on identifying individuals with potential, magical potential, and then also to request some items for her sisterhood to start collecting.
All right. So, with that said then, let's find out. During, or should I say after the meeting in Cypher's sanctum, Vanya, you slip out through the shadowed circle back into the streets and begin to meander your way towards the Sisterhood of the Rose Cross. Granted, at this point, it is quite late in the evening. But the Sisterhood never sleep. There is always some activity occurring. And as you step through the large double doors, it's quieter than usual, but granted it's late. But you would see your favourite sister stood just at the base of the statue of the Happy Healer, offering a few encouraging words of wisdom, of hope, to a few gathered.
Oh, my sisters. Oh,
No, go on.
she's just gonna walk in, hands out, just saying, "Oh, my sisters."
Immediately, Edith looks up from the congregation. Oh, the Happy Healer has blessed us with her presence. Everyone, stand. Show your appreciation. At that, the congregation of roughly 12 or 13 individuals immediately shoot up, turn towards you, Vanya, and all of them, with hands over their heart, offer a half bow towards you. Each one, upon seeing you, offers the large, somewhat, to others at least, creepy smile in greeting.
Oh, it's so good to see you all. And she's gonna put her hand out to allow them, each one, to kiss her hand.
Without missing a beat, Edith, almost pushing the other congregates aside, is the first one in line. And over the span of the next 5 or so minutes, those gathered all step up, kiss your hand, and then step to the side to allow the person behind them to do the same. My joyousness. What brings you to here at such a late hour?
We stand at the dawn. We stand at the dawn of a new era, a time of boundless potential. May I speak to you alone, Edith?
Of course. The rest of you, you are dismissed. In fact, make yourselves useful and see if there's any others in the local vicinity who requires aid, assistance. Or if not, then please bring joy to those in the streets. Food, shelter, whatever they need. Grant it to them. But remember, make sure that they sign. There's a cacophony of "Yes, milady" from the congregates as they all start to make their way towards bookshelves toward the sides, grabbing scrolls, parchments, quills, and start to dash out the door, leaving, apart from you and Edith, it's relatively quiet. There would be the odd sound of snoring from some of the beds along the sides of the room where various members of the Sisterhood are sleeping, but it's relatively calm, quiet, peaceful, happy.
Just as she would want it to be.
So, you step aside into one of the offices. You, Vanya, and your second in command of the Sisterhood of the Silent Rose cult, Edith.
Now, Edith.
Yes,
we
my
had
lady.
discussed prior, yes. Within our midst, there may be those who possess a spark, a latent magic per se, waiting to be ignited. Of course, it's our duty, our privilege to seek out these individuals and nurture their gifts. Where are we on this front?
Edith begins to make her way towards a desk in the corner of the office as she takes out a key from her robes, unlocks a small drawer, and takes out a few scrolls, lays them on the table, and begins to tap. Well, my lady, there are several who show potential. I mean, myself is on there, and the others in the. Well, here, have a look. She offers the scroll towards you.
Now remember, Edith, a spark, no matter how small, can ignite a flame. And then she takes and looks at the parchment.
In the light of happiness, even the darkest shadows find their purpose, my lady. As you're glancing over the parchments, you quickly begin to find a recurring theme. All of those who seem to have an innate talent for magic are those in the higher echelons of the Sisterhood. Those who have been part of the Sisterhood the longest and who are more devout to the Happy Healer and her tenants.
Good work, Edith. Good work. With our guidance, my wisdom, and their unwavering belief, we can help all of these unlock their true potential. So,
yes,
I will set us a...
Happiness is not something to be sought. No, it is something to be shared, yes?
Yes. And here's the plan. There are several here, and I don't know if doing this all in one meeting would get us where we need. So I need you to select me 5 individuals, including yourself, and I will teach you and how to teach others, and then you will lead this effort in ensuring that all these individuals that have been identified have these capabilities.
Very well. Well, obviously, apart from myself, Gina, Marge, and Ruth would be... and she points towards the parchment, and those 3 names are already at the top of the list. Followed by 2 names that you're familiar with, but you don't know them personally. So yeah, that would be the 5. Plus Edith.
Perfect. Now, let's seek out those sparks and fan it into a flame that will illuminate the world. But before you embark on this mission, I have another request.
Anything for you.
A task of great significance.
She's just staring at you with wide eyes at the minute, like the look of a pleading puppy waiting to be given a treat.
We must gather a goose egg. A symbol of new life and potential.
Oh, of course, my lady. Absolutely. But one question, if I may, and I apologize for my ignorance. What is a goose?
Sure. Oh, it's like a white bird with feathers and a long neck and a like orangish beak.
Maybe the meat market? I know they have birds occasionally, but they are rather expensive.
It's okay. We've got funds. We can purchase.
I shall see it done. Your word is my command.
But before you go, at some point, I will show you what a goose looks like before you head out. Because we don't, a goose egg is going to be much bigger than like a chicken egg or just a regular egg. It's going to be much bigger. I'll draw you a picture and send it to you so that you can see what a goose looks like.
Oh, I look forward to it. Your drawings are naught but works of art, my lady.
I'll sign it too.
There's a squeeing noise for a moment from Edith.
Another request. We must collect some blood. Some
As
innocent...
soon as you say that, Edith immediately raises her arm, whips the knife from her belt, and just puts the blade towards her skin.
Whoa. Edith, no, not your blood, not the sisterhood's blood.
Oh. Very well. She spins the knife back into the sheath at her waist, covers it back with the robe before looking to you. Sparkling eyes.
Now, it must be innocent blood, a precious offering. But remember, we seek not to harm, only to collect. And we can pay those individuals that provide that with us. No harm.
She tilts her head to the side for a moment, and you can almost see cogs turning behind the eyes as she's trying to decipher the almost divine words coming out of your mouth before eventually she starts to slowly nod, some semblance of understanding. I see, yes. The blood of an innocent, but not taken, but offered. Understood, my lady.
And with this, we'll create another beacon of hope.
God, my lady, joy is not the destination, is it? It is the path we create with every step.
Yes.
And every step I take is in step with yours, behind you, all of the way.
Yes, and let this empower you with every task that you complete, and just fill you with gratitude. She holds her hand out for Edith to kiss her hand.
Edith kisses the hand. And with that said, Vanya, and unless there's anything further you wish here at the Sisterhood, you begin to make your departure, with the final words ringing out to the halls of the Sisterhood, waking some of those sleeping sisters. But Edith belts out the joy is not a destination, it is the path we create with every step. And for a brief moment you just hear groggily, sleepily from those waking up, like, yes, joy is not the destination. But with the doors closing behind you, Vanya, you're back into the darkened streets of Novostoya.
She'll head back home.
Alright. Dorian, anything you wish to do?
Dorian was thinking of doing some things, but he's going to delay them a little bit. So he's going to go up to his room, take off the extremely extravagant clothing, and put it away, and figure out his attire and everything else. Get some rest before having to get up and make good on some plans.
Okay. So, with that then, and everyone's nightly activities now out of the way, you all eventually retire, some meditating, some resting, some just working through the night because they don't need sleep anymore. A new day dawns. Ish. It's not Astoria, it's always dark. Vanya, you wake up to this tome, this book placed upon your legs. You'd have a little bit of time to glance over it, which I'll let you and Cypher discuss that momentarily. Reza, there is also something that would garner your attention during the early hours of the morning. Remind everyone who Munchie is again, since it's been 2 weeks.
Munchie is my, for lack of a better term, familiar in the shape of a cat who patrols all the public areas of the tavern in the Shadowed Circle.
As you, I wouldn't say awaken, but come to, either through work or meditation, you will see Munchie sat just off to your side with something hanging from its mouth. Just trying to bring us to another scene. Let's just go with the Shadowed Circle. Why not? Yeah. Okay. Hanging from the mouth of Munchie appears to be a bat. A dead bat that's been chewed on, savaged, and perhaps had its head caved in by the granite-like paws of your construct familiar.
Delicate touch.
Reza kind of tilts her head at Munchie. Where on earth did you find that?
It drops the bat to the ground and begins to paw at this dead creature. And it's here that you would see, wrapped around its leg, there is a small brass cylinder, normally used for holding messages. Other realms have messenger pigeons. Nova Stoya has messenger bats. This messenger bat's never going to return home.
Oh dear. Reza takes a closer look at the cylinder. Are there any kind of identifying markings on the cylinder as to who this bat might have belonged to?
No.
Alright, so she examines it, looking for the mechanism to open it and withdraw whatever might be in this message container.
As you take the small clasp from the bat's leg, there's a strip of parchment, no more than probably 3 inches long by an inch wide, with a delicately scribed sentence. Jade Claw Antiquities, Magister District, Chopin. DC are the initials.
What were the initials?
DC.
DC. Okay. Dame Cordia. I'm gathering.
Absolutely. I'm not even going to make you roll for that. You didn't even ask. You said it. Yes. And on the reverse side, it gives you the an address, which is 4th Street off Main.
She tucks the piece of paper into her pocket and gives Munchie a scratch on the back of his neck with her nails, which it kind of almost sounds like nails on chalkboard, but not that bad. Because he does have a semblance of fur. He says, "Good job, Munchie, but next time, do try to leave the messenger alive."
The cat just tilts his head to the side slightly. If cats could have a quizzical expression, this would be it. Roll an animal handling check, please, Reza.
Okay.
This decides the fate of the next messenger.
Oh no.
Who knows? Who knows what will happen the next time it catches something?
Reza slides the tube off the leg of the bat. She says, "You can eat it if you want. I don't know if you'll get a stomach ache, but thank you for bringing it to me."
When she grabs it by its leathery wing and just begins to drag it out of the room.
Yep, Francis might like it. You can make him your friend. And with that, Reza will finish putting on the clothing she was planning to wear for the day, and head out to see if anyone else is awake, so she could share the information about this message, particularly Garrett or Cypher.
Cypher's in the bar area.
Lovely, lovely.
Anybody else in the bar? When Reza swans in.
Vanya would be showing up around the same time.
Okay. Garrett, Dorian, either of you two, or are you elsewhere?
Elsewhere.
Elsewhere. Okay. Dorian.
Dorian, once he gets up, is heading out of the folly.
Okay, also elsewhere. So, we'll catch up with you two in a moment then. Reza, with you in the bar of the Shadowed Circle, Cypher, Vanya eventually filter in.
Ah. At least some people are awake.
Yes, it's a general state of being at this moment of time. I was just talking with Valentina.
Hello, Valentina.
Sliding across from behind Cypher, the familiar lithe figure of Valentina appears as she offers a brief wave towards you, Reza.
Please don't let
Morning.
me interrupt your conversation. Good morning. Do continue.
Oh, it's nothing overly interesting, or, well... And she turns towards you, Cypher, as she rests both hands on your shoulder and leans in close. Has anyone ever told you that recently you've got a little bit more grown up? More rugged? Handsome?
I don't believe they have.
Oh, well, consider me the first. It's been so long, and you've grown, but... She clears her throat, turns towards you, Reza, and then Vanya, and motions towards the table.
Reza will follow, intrigued.
Cypher, do you sit?
No, Cypher's awkward, so he's gonna stand. It's weird.
Valentina stares at you for a moment, and beneath the porcelain mask, there's a slight pout before she eventually slides onto one of the pews, one of the benches. So, carry on. You were saying?
Yes. I was just wondering if you and your sisterhood could find out as much information of Sandoval's business comings and goings in the Commons.
Sandoval's on the Commons? Well, I mean, they're not exactly come and going. Leave the district mostly to the district office and its governing, but sure, we can certainly, I can put some feelers out. Find out what's happening.
And any information on our friends in the masks. Where they're from, where they're staying.
Who's in charge?
Oh, you're talking about the Doctore, the pointy-beaked freaks, yes?
Yes.
Well, to be completely honest with you, since you all took over lower streets, Piker, Polter, so on and so forth, a lot of the others have pulled away from conducting business here out of, how can I put this? Respect for what you've done for our little group. But if you're giving us permission to start snooping around in here once again, then of course we can find out.
Cypher will slide into the chair beside her, awkwardly sit like really close, and go, permission granted.
With that, the previous pouty face disappears as she hoists herself up and sits on your lap, Cypher. Oh, good. Well, in that case, brilliant. Once we've done here, then I will make sure that the rest of the sisters know that we are out hunting once again. So, Sandoval's, yes? And at this point, she is very close to you, Cypher. Almost whispering in your ear. Sandoval's and the Doctore. Is there anything else that you would like us to look into?
Could you get a message to your sister that works for Asmund?
Takara, of course.
Tell her that Asmund's presence is required next fight night. That's a few days from now. Where's Garrett?
I haven't seen him.
Did you try the Thorn Room?
What's the Thorn Room?
Don't worry about it.
Cypher put his finger on her lips a bit like, don't ask, don't tell.
From the finger on her lips, just Valentina grins as she just nods. All right. Secrets, secrets.
You should be aware, Reza says after clearing her throat. Like, we're still talking business here, people. Pay attention.
She slides off Cypher's lap back in onto the bench and looks towards you, Reza.
There has been an uptick in activity and, quote, interest in who controls lower streets. So be very careful. I know you always are, but you know I have to say it because I view you as one of my own dear sisters.
Look, I will make sure that we find whatever it is that you're wanting, and none of us will come to any harm. I promise you.
Careful of the crossfire. That's all.
By the time things escalate to that extent, we will be well away. Well, that is, unless, you wish to. And she'll turn back to you, Cypher. Drag me along. Like last time.
Perhaps.
Reza raises an eyebrow at Cypher.
Cypher doesn't know what's going on.
No. With that said, though, Valentina will stand up from the table, offer a brief curtsy, not out of pure respect. It's the typical jovial departure that she normally offers you all, before slinking away towards the side entrance to the corridor that leads back into lower streets.
Vanya's gonna turn to Reza and Cypher after she leaves and says, do we need to add more comfortable seating? I'm just wondering, is our seating not comfortable?
No, Vanya. Our little Cypher is growing up and has caught the eye of a lady.
Ladies sit in laps?
Sometimes.
I'll tell you all about it when you grow up. I'm gonna go check the throne room for Garrett.
Is Cypher blushing?
Cypher can't blush, but he might. If he could, then maybe he would be.
So with Cypher gone, it only takes a couple of minutes. You head to the throne room. Elias pulls back the branches. Is Garrett there? Probably not.
Yeah.
Oh, he is. Okay. Oh, all right. In that case, then, we'll quickly segue into that. Cypher, as you step towards the door, Elias pulls the branches back, revealing the throne room. Garrett, what are you up to?
Cypher walks in and he sees Garrett still meditating, but now sat on a patch of green, being grass, with snowdrops coming up in a circle round him.
Well, that's a
And-
new development.
And all the plants in the throne room seem a little bit more lush than they were before.
Bloomed, one could say. Even some of Elias's roots have sprouted flowers.
And without opening my eyes, I just say, hello, Cypher.
Hello, Garrett. It's looking very... I don't know what the word is. Colourful in here?
Yes, the things are growing nicely now.
You should show the botanist this. I think she'd really like it.
Yes, I think I will bring her at some point.
We're just about to talk business in the bar. If you'd like to join us.
Why not?
Everybody but
Right.
Dorian's here, but I'm not sure he's in-house.
And I stand up and follow.
All right. Back into the Shadowed Circle. Vanya, Reza, at this moment the door opens again is there anything you two wish to talk about whilst they've been gone in the few moments?
So you see, Vanya, when a lady sits on a gentleman's lap, it sort of implies that she has a romantic or physical interest in the gentleman. It's a form of flirtation.
So what you're saying is that if I am physically attracted to someone, I should sit in their lap.
Not always. You have to... I don't know, it might be difficult to discern, like, you have to make sure that you've got, like, have you exchanged winks or looks that indicate they might have a mutual interest?
Oh, so you need to, like, probably communicate with them first before
Yeah,
doing...
so this is like, maybe a stage 2 or 3 flirtation move.
Is there, when you're on the lap, do you do anything?
It entirely depends what you want out of the situation.
But what do I want out of the situation?
Well, do you want romance or do you... Oh, Cypher, hello.
It's at that moment we will call a be right back. As Cypher and Garrett enter the room. We'll have
Girl talk in progress.
We'll have a refill and a pee break on that one. Cheers, Durs. Oh, all right. Well, that escalated. Luckily, don't need to refill. But I will take this brief moment. Smiling Bear 420, welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you've enjoyed things so far. And Nix, hello, how are you? Joined at quite the moment. You did. Yes. Yes, our dark gothic grim fantasy campaign is certainly spattered with meme-worthy moments. Let's put it that way. In fact, bear with me. Let's, because I
To be
can.
fair, that was entirely your fault.
Whoa. Why?
What do you mean, why? You're like, oh, I know, I'll do something funny. I have Valentina flirt with Cypher. What could possibly go wrong?
All right, adverts start in 2 minutes, so let's sort that out quick. There you are. Oh dear me. It makes sense, You've certainly grown. You are the tall, lithe, well, not so much tall as such, but the lithe, beautiful individual. Certainly tick all the right boxes for someone like Valentina.
Dark hair and pasty, gotcha.
Dark hair and pasty, absolutely. The stereotypical.
Although, yeah, that's another story, right?
That's, yeah. In fact, I'm going to take this brief moment to just go and refill this and pump it full of bubbliness because it's gone flat since.
What's that?
Drinking it.
What is it?
It's my soda streams. It's just water.
Yeah.
It's sparkling water. Wow.
I don't like sparkling water.
I didn't. I used to hate sparkling water. I used to be like, oh, who would drink sparkling water? It's disgusting. But
This is fizzy water.
But since getting it, I've become an absolute fiend for sparkling water.
The ambassador of SodaStream right here, guys.
No. I'm still the ambassador for Pirates Grog Rum, but the problem is, if I drink as much of that as I do the water, we wouldn't get halfway through the session without me just slurring my words and giving you another level of... Yeah, exactly.
Get yourself some lime squash.
Ribena, mate. Ribena. All right, give me 20 seconds. Adverts start in 50 seconds anyway, so I called the break a bit premature, but I'm sure there's a joke there. Won't be a second.
It's very like it would be premature. James.
Wow.
What? Premature what?
It's because it was that discussion.
Uh,
Yeah.
Yeah, if you sit on his lap, it gets premature.
Oh my gosh.
oh my
Full,
god.
full circle.
Reza's gonna have to have an aside with Garrett, be like, it's time to give Cypher the talk.
Oh, let Vanya do it.
No, Vanya's getting her own talk right
I
now.
know. I know, but she needs to be able to relay the message to him from what Reza taught her.
She is not qualified to give anybody the talk.
It would be bad. Like,
It
it would
would
make no
be.
sense.
It'd be amazingly bad.
The person you want doing it's the coroner. Be amazing.
Oh, that would be good. But how do you convince him to give Cypher the talk?
Y'all are talking about Garrett, right?
No, the
The cor-
coroner. Who convinces the coroner to give Cypher the talk?
Yeah, it's Cypher to ask him.
I mean, they do have the relationship.
They are both dead liches. But you probably want to get on that Cypher before you start decaying.
Oh my
Yeah.
Liches before bitches, don't forget.
Yep, the coroner's gonna be like, reject women, embrace power.
Oh god, that's great.
And Cypher would say,
What the fuck
"Okay."
am I listening to?
The coroner is going to give Cypher the talk.
The only thought going through Solution's head, no, he's not.
All right. I take it we're all back.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
So, with that discussion between Reza and Vanya being cut abruptly short, Cypher, you step into the shadowed circle, followed shortly by Garrett.
Hello, everyone.
Morning. Glad you're all here.
Hi.
We had a visitor. 2 visitors, actually.
Oh.
Who
It's
was
one-
the second?
One of them's dead now, but can't really be helped. So we got a bat messenger from DC, and she takes a little piece of paper and lays it out on the table for everybody to look at and read the message.
How interesting.
Jade Claw Antiquities, 4th Street off Main. Show pin.
Magister District.
Magister District.
Ooh.
It
Indeed.
seems like either an invitation or an order to go there.
Indeed.
Bear in mind, it is a small strip of parchment. Not much can be written on these. So it could be any of the above.
Shall we assume the worst?
I would like to go and browse.
Well, are you
Maybe.
scared?
Well, there's a few things I need to pick up in the city anyway, so it can't hurt.
I had, as you know, big shopping plans today anyways.
Oh. I mean, we have to wait for Valentina and the girls to get some information. I hope you don't mind, Garrett. I kind of tasked the sisterhood to get us the lowdown.
Saves me doing it.
Also, I invited Asmund here so we could elicit his help.
He's gonna love being summoned.
Cypher said the word requirement.
But
Why
we've
is
made
that strange?
that old dwarf enough money. He'll come.
It wasn't an option. So he is gonna show up. Does anyone know? Is anybody good at drawing?
Depends
No.
on you.
I only do 3-dimensional.
I need. So, Cypher, you said you're good at drawing? I mean, you've had practice, like, copying things, right?
I'm really, really good at drawing magical circles and arcane symbols, yes.
How about eggs and birds? Do you...
Cypher pulls out a piece of chalk and draws an egg shape on a table.
Roll me a performance check.
Performance check. Fucking. Oh, okay.
I've been waiting for this.
19!
It's an oval.
It's an egg.
It's an egg.
Can I offer you an egg?
So Vanya's gonna hand him a piece of parchment and says, "Do you know what a goose looks like?"
Depends. How many heads do you want it to have?
Just one. Just one. Can you?
Shouldn't,
Oh, go ahead. Yes, Cypher.
shouldn't be too hard to draw a goose.
Yes.
Wow.
So on the top of the paper, draw a goose, and then on the bottom of the paper, I need you to give me variations of eggs, but circle the size of the goose's egg, like with arrows
Damn it.
pointing at it. That says goose egg.
What's it look like, Cypher?
I mean, it does look like a goose. Like, you know, just a sketch of a goose. It's not artistic, but it's anatomically correct, I guess. 'Tis just in black and white, but yeah, it goes.
It has both a beak and feet.
Yeah. It's a goose on a piece of paper with some eggs. Cypher's baffled. Why he's like,
This is perfect, Cypher. So Vanya's going to take it and she's going to write, "This is what a goose looks like. This is the size of egg that you're looking for." She signs it Happy Healer. And while they're getting their stuff together, she's going to put it in that delivery box to send it to Edith.
Delivery box?
What the fuck is it called? Sorry.
Is this your enchanted scroll by any chance, Vanya?
Yes. Where is my enchanted scroll? Because I
would
know
be
it didn't
a
that take
spell.
like 10 minutes. You
"See
know,
it, enchanted scroll."
if I want to waste a spell to do that, I'm
think
gonna ask
it's-
somebody.
It's classed as a cantrip. You should be alright with it.
Okay.
I think. Yeah, it's classed as a cantrip, so
Yeah.
you can make it. But yeah, it does take 10 minutes for you to inscribe all of the arcane sigils on the parchment, get it prepared, roll it up. So whilst this conversation is going on between you all, you'll be sorting this out.
Perfect.
All right.
Okay, now that the goose is sorted, so we're going to go here, are we?
Well, I'd sort of had other plans for the day, but I suppose we could stop at Jacqueline's shop on the way. What did all of you have planned for the day? Also, where's
Dorian.
yeah.
Let's find out, shall we?
Let's find out, yes.
So, whilst this conversation in the Shadow Circle is going on, Dorian.
Dorian, upon waking, wearing his usual attire when he goes to the office, is going there early enough that he's basically just going directly to the office, and he's trying to find documents about House Sandoval and things like that, because everything that came from the Old Town office should be here. So if there's anything about the house and their dealings, it should be here somewhere. So he's just trying to plummet for information, and then he doesn't expect that there's going to be anything about the Doctori unless it's something that's come in recently.
Mm-hmm.
And
so that's the main thing, is just before you carry on, as you step towards the administration office, there is a lack of merchant guard from the Merchants Guild. As you step into the main hall, at this point, some of the administrative staff, the scribes, the couriers, are now back in the district office. But for all intents and purposes, it is now pretty much overseen by Doctore. There's at least a member of the Doctore's guard unit in almost every room. Not the private officers such as yours, but in the central chamber, guarding the door outside. There's still a rather large group of them. No sign of Philip Sandoval or his caretaker, but there are a couple of new faces in the building who seem to be you imagine under the employ of either Sandoval or the Doctore.
Well, Dorian's going to go to his office and look for, basically, try to get an idea of where the documents from the old office would be. Basically just trying to get some ground level documents on what the actual power of House Sandoval looks like right now.
Roll me an investigation check, please. You can fuck right off with the crit.
No.
That's a max roll. Holy shit. Okay, that's both max, that's a crit and max roll on your proficiency. So, let's go with 5 questions.
Okay, so the first thing that he's looking for is obviously there's Philippe, and he's old and on his last legs and being used like a marionette.
Mm-hmm.
But so is the Sandoval house, like the people that actually bearing the name, like is there like a family tree I can find to get an idea of like how much actually?
Yes. Yeah, you find this family tree, and in answer to that question, Philippe Sandoval is not from the main family. He has the name of the House Sandoval, but he is, the cousin of the brother of the son from the main house. So he is, for all intents and purposes, there in name only.
Understood. Yeah, I figured as much. The second thing I'm going to look for is if there's anything about like how their holdings were doing, like if they're like really are just on their last legs as a house, or if that's just our perception based on like the state of lower streets.
With the documents available in lower streets, it seems that House Sandoval pulled most of their support or interests roughly 5-6 years ago. So the newer affairs you're completely unaware of, but 5 or 6 years ago things were still relatively dire. The districts outside of the city walls, so all of the slum districts, were a complete drain on Sandoval funds, which is part of the reason why, again, 5 years ago, they pulled out of the district and let it rot. It was already rough before, but in the last 6 or so years, it's just begun to descend into anarchy and into the state it was before you all stepped in. So, in answer to your question, yes, their funds are thin. You can't really find much information regarding the other districts, but if Lower Streets, if Lower Streets, Piker District and Paul Districts are anything to go by, you're pretty much under the impression that all of the districts are mismanaged, and perhaps none or very few are actually providing significant wealth to the family.
Okay. I'm just looking really quick at the map to see if it'll refresh my memory. Because Sandoval has the slums and the Log Kern district.
Sandoval has Log Kern, Outer City Slums, East and West Commons. With that roll, with it being a crit, you can probably put together that Log Kern is the only potential district that is earning them money, due to the fact that Log Kern is a dockside district. Therefore, fishing, smuggling goods, or various other imports. Commons, you know the Commons district. It's probably doesn't cost them anything, but at the same time, the Commons probably won't make them anything either.
Right, they're not like big money makers. They're just kind of,
tick over, pocket change.
Yeah, probably one of the most booming businesses there is going to be the Lotus.
And knowing Asmund, when he files his paperwork, on paper it's probably a lot less.
He's never made a profit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, good old Asmund sticking it to him.
All right, so that's 2. Anything further you wish to ask?
And all right, so he's looking for any sign of like a not like a stronghold, but like if there's any remaining Sandoval holding that would serve as a place to like hold up Philippe inside of the inside the slum area, or if it would if we're definitely looking in the Commons and Log Kern to be able to reach out and touch them.
Ooh, that is a good question. That is a very good question. There are 2 possible locations that could house Philippe Sandoval. If they've lent on the House Sandoval name, they could, in theory, perhaps house him in Piker Point Keep. with that being a warden and extension by the court, it's possible he could be there. Alternatively, they do have to the far south of Piker District, roughly, since you're on the map, roughly around there, they do own several large buildings, some classed as warehouses. Granted, this was from several years back, but the paperwork says that they do indeed still own several large buildings, some residential, some warehouse storage to the south of Piker.
Alright, so they've handed everything off to the governor of Lower Streets and the district office, so they don't have to really invest their own effort there. And the information that's going to be here is going to be stuff that's specific to the slums.
Correct. Yeah. And again, the one thing I will say is that the vast majority of information regarding Sandoval's efforts almost cut off from 5 years ago when they pulled out of the district. So there isn't much newer information in the archives of the governor's office, in the administration building regarding Sandoval.
Okay. Honestly, I have more questions, but I think that pretty much answers all the things that are relevant to the Sandovals and this.
I mean, again, if you want to ask another one, I really don't mind. I'm happy to reward a maximum crit, maximum proficiency roll.
All right. So, having discovered that information, he's going to start looking at newer documents coming in.
Mm-hmm.
To see if he can ascertain anything, because the Doctoria must have some paperwork going in and out and have it go processing through people. So he's going to try to. Is there anything indicating, because Jern Van Rysen is a name, Philippe Sandoval is a name, that Van Rysen seems to be the head of this little operation.
Yep.
So he's going to spend the remaining effort looking for any indication of where his directives are coming from, or if basically trying to follow that trail to see if it's something local or if it's on the other side of the walls, and we're going to have to a little bit more effort to deal with this.
So the only thing I will give you is that sifting through the paperwork takes a considerable amount of time, and the name of Van Rysen very rarely comes up, apart from maybe on one or two documents, and those are on invoices for the delivery of goods, mostly just basic food stuff or water, but they are signed Van Rysen, and they do point towards Dirktown slums, the complete opposite end to the Piker district where Sandoval's goods, or Sandoval has some of the holdings.
Okay, so I feel like that's enough information off of that. So he's going to pocket the family tree thing, because that might very well be a hit list.
Okay.
And basically just take his notes, and he's going to tell Pip to grab anything that's coming in for him, because he has to attend to things out in the town, and he'll head out.
The young scribe,
smiling and being pleasant.
Yeah, the young scribe just seems to be over the moon that he's been given a task to do. Little Pip will immediately begin to get busy.
And Dorian's going to give him a silver coin so he can take care of himself for the, that's, don't spend it all in one place, kid. And he's
thank
going
you.
to also.
I appreciate it. I will. Is there anything else that I could do for you whilst I'm here, my lord? Do you want
if
a
you
drink?
hear any about. No drinking. If you hear anyone talking about the business of the newcomers, just keep an ear out, see what you can find. But don't get too close. They're bastards. That's the way I'm going to put it. They're bastards.
They're not exactly the kindest of people, my lord, but I will certainly I'll keep my ear to the ground and see if I can find anything for you.
That's right. Good job. Good job, Pip. And what do I have here? I don't have the things for Pip here yet. That'll be a future thing.
Sure.
Dorian's going to basically head back to the Folly. That way, both on the way and on the way back, he's skirting by the Chirurgeon's clinic.
Oh no!
Just walking by it.
So you're not going in?
No, not going in.
Okay.
But he's building up to it. He's trying to get a little bit closer each day, and he's building up to going in.
I need you to roll me a Constitution saving throw, please, Dorian.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah. There's a reason. Oh. Oh,
18.
All right. So, as you depart the district office, make your way through lower streets towards Market Row, where the Pious Pauper resides. There is a deep-seated feeling within you as you get closer to that store that almost disgusts you. It's a primal, unconscious urge, or a feeling deep within that is genuinely unpleasant to you. You know why. I know why.
Oh, yeah.
No one else does, but yes, with an 18, you managed to take a few more steps closer to the Pious Pauper, and just push down this, one could almost say, dread feeling.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. But this is part of his daily routine, as he just, like, basically shaves a little bit closer to the building. And he'll head back towards the Folly after that, probably looking a little bit more tired afterwards.
If you'd have failed that, I'd have gave you a point of exhaustion, but an 18 is a solid one. So, with that said then, this would have taken an hour or so, I would imagine, maybe a little longer. So we will go back to the Shadowed Circle. For the rest of the troop, is there anything else you wish to discuss between yourselves before Dorian returns? Or any other little matters that demand your attention before you potentially head out to do some shopping?
You know how we're going to have to deal with the Doctoria, right?
Is that in character?
Yes. Okay.
I would assume so. At some point.
Sticky situation, but do we want to involve Merchant Guild? You know, see if they can throw some bodies at it.
Reduce their numbers?
Saves us doing it all ourselves, and they have reason to attack them, you know? Tit for tat.
I think it could make sense if we phrase it as like, here, would you like a shot at getting some revenge? We're doing this anyway.
Is there anything that my sisterhood could help with? Gather some knowledge, or they are learning some arts.
Well,
And-
when they've learnt them, maybe.
They're not that subtle.
No,
yeah.
but they are everywhere.
There.
How about their movements in lower streets?
Oh, I mean, they're all over the place. I mean, that's kind of where our quarters is.
No,
We
I
are
mean
tapped in.
visitors from inside the city in lower streets.
We are expanding. We do have some individuals. What are you asking me? I'm sorry.
Your sisters could keep an eye out for anyone new in lower streets, like surveillance, since they're everywhere. Is that what you meant, Cypher?
Yeah, yes, that's what I meant.
Yes. They could definitely keep an eye out for that. I mean, I have them tapped into all kinds of places.
Yeah, you could just word it that unhappy influences. How's that?
I don't like the term unhappy.
Yes, but it might give them the spark they need to really keep an eye on influences that are negative shows.
Then maybe we should change that a little bit and saying influencing those that are unhappy.
Reza just looks at Cypher and shakes her head.
It's not what I wanted at all. I just want information, Vanya.
We can get into... It's not even gonna matter. Garrett's gonna change it. We'll work on it. Yes. They can give us information for sure.
Good.
They could be on the lookout for negative influences.
See, now whenever you say be on the lookout in front of it, other than unhappy influences, I think if you add more context to it, it could work.
Well, I'm not the wordsmith that you are, so
They need inspiration, Cypher. I can put you in front of them. You will go with me at some point and you will inspire them to seek out these individuals, and this will be your opportunity to inspire, to use the words that I use to uplift.
Reza just
yes.
mouths to Cypher, better you than me, like silently.
sure. However, I don't know what kind of influence I'll put on your sisters. Perhaps it might not be what you want.
You're not going to require them to sit on your lap, are you?
He is becoming quite the ladies' man.
You won't
Really?
harm them when you touch them, will you?
Yeah, here we go
What?
again.
First of all, Reza, shut up. Garrett, no. Vanya, why are you so weird all of the time?
But why do you need to touch them?
I don't
Can't
need to
you
fu-
just talk to them.
You know,
Nobody wants to touch them!
It's at
If
this.
I had a pulse.
It's at this moment the door opens, revealing Dorian.
Oh, thank God, Dorian's here.
Looking a bit, still feeling his little encounter with just the sickness and horrible, feeling of leftover from the pious pauper.
We can pretty much say it's almost divine in feeling. Let's be honest. We're all starting to get a rough idea that the chirurgeon is not as simple as she makes out to be.
And it's disgusting.
Yeah.
So Dorian's going to come in to where everyone's sitting and put his hat down, go get a drink, and come back and just start drinking. And producing the papers that he has and little notes he's made. Well, this is a start. Seems that from what I'm gathering here, I don't think that the Doctore are working with the main Sandoval house at all.
So we can just crush them independently. Yes?
Potentially. And he's going to pull out the orders. This name, Van Rysen, was the head of the Doctore that I met. And we're talking to Farida, who they tried to assassinate the other night. And these orders are all for shipping food and water to Dirktown. And something tells me that that might be where the main body of the Doctore have holed up.
Dirktown?
It's far removed. It's not near us. I don't recall the last time we've had to go up that way. And seems to me that they might be holed up there with the main body of their force, and that might be where they have their pawn from the Sandovals. So I think that it is accurate to say that the Doctore are wearing the name Sandoval with their captive, but not really affiliated with them.
Okay.
Though,
Definitely worth checking out.
Though, the thought occurs if they are Pattern name Sandoval and they're doing things to undermine the court, and the actual Sandovals aren't doing anything to stop them, well, what's to say they're not actually working with House Sandoval, then the court would have to deal with that.
I mean, if they've got names on paperwork, it's official, right?
Could be.
And they're transporting food and water. Well, that leaves open to some options in itself.
If you're thinking of trying to taint those, I don't know. From what I've seen from the rest of them, they all seem to have things far worse than most poisons I can think of running through the system already. But maybe worth something. I don't know how long they'll be set with what they have.
Before this conversation carries on, can we just have a quick round of applause for Noxious Beast, who literally Iron Manned Pariahs Session 1 all the way through on YouTube.
Epic.
Welcome in, Noxious. Welcome in.
Holy
That's
shit.
impressive.
You are just...
Poor soul.
I am so sorry, but welcome. How are you going to put yourself to sleep now?
I know, that's it. You're caught up now. There's nothing worse than when you catch up with something. But welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah, I mean, Rayvon, you can't talk. You've done the same. You're also part of that.
Rayvon just caught it live.
All right. So with that though, again, welcome in. Do continue. Apologies for diving in quick.
And he's going to pull out the like the heraldry or family tree, or I'm not sure how accurate this is now, but this is why I think that they're not operating with the Sandovals. Because he's going to point to Philippe, like way on the outer fringe of this thing, and I think that this is two separate things, but maybe one can be used against the other.
So he's little more than a weed growing adjacent to the family tree. That's interesting.
It is. However, he was there and the pawn against the Morettis, so the Morettis can attest to Sandoval's apparent involvement. The Merchants Guild, rather. Basically the same thing, but... So we do have a path forward. I think that in the immediate future, we need to see to the Doctore so we don't have a bigger problem crop up on us while we're looking at what to do with the Sandovals.
We were just discussing that, actually.
Oh. Well, I've shared mine.
Reza, would you like to share yours with Dorian?
Yes. Munchie caught a little visitor, a bat. And we got a message, and she lays the paper out, but also says what was on it. Jade Claw, Antiquities, Magister District, Show Pin, and the address is 4th Street of Maine. So we've either been invited or strongly recommended or demanded to make an appearance.
Any idea who by?
Dame Korea, I would imagine, DC.
He tilts his head back and forth a few times. Probably best to assume that a request is a veiled command.
Roll a history check for me, Dorian. You have some memories, potentially, depending on this roll, of a past life in the higher parts of the city. 4th Street on Main is typically... there's a lot of high-end stores there, dealing in all manner of, or at least many years back, when you were a young boy as Desmond. But there are memories there that that street is part of the central merchant hub of the Magister's District.
Oh. Probably best we waste no time in getting there, then. We don't exactly have another carriage. But we could walk if we get a start, or maybe... I feel like walking is probably faster than waterway or that carriage, to be honest.
I would agree.
As we're going into the city proper and quite high up, I'd suggest we dress for the part.
Yes.
I think a stop at Jacqueline's on the way might not hurt. If it is on the way, I'd have to look at a map.
Jacqueline's is on the main drag, right? Through coin.
Through Coinflow. Yeah. You need to pass through Coinflow to get to the Silver Canal Pass. You pretty much have to go past Jacqueline's to get to where you want to go.
See a problem with it?
Okay, let's get ready. Don't forget your pins and accoutrement, and we'll get going.
Wonderful.
Very well. I'm just going to wear the same thing from the other night, from last night, because just get some more use out of it before it goes into a bin.
Ah, yes, the D&D equivalent of a fetch quest. Come back just to go back to the place you came from. Ah.
The difference is you can kind of hit the fast forward on it unless something else comes up.
Absolutely. So with that said then, if there's nothing else, I know Vanya's just nipped for a break. Does anyone else want a quick BRB before we dive in, or are we golden?
I'm okay. But
Mm-hmm.
if
Yeah, I'm good.
anyone else needs to go.
No?
I'm good.
All right, in that case then, Reza, 'cause you need to talk to Jacqueline. Are you good?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, with that said, you begin to assemble your various necessities. I imagine you're all donning the fine clothing Jacqueline supplied with you the night before.
Reza is not.
Okay.
She is just going to wear her very finest set of gear. That's her, like, normal garb. Long cloaks, sturdy boots, that kind of thing. But have her hood up and her lapel pin on the side of her, on her cloak, kind of at her shoulder.
Okay. With everyone setting out then, you pass into lower streets, making your way up the main stretch of Market Row. In fact, no, you don't. You're going to Coinflow. You go the other way. You head towards the other district, the borderline between Lower Streets and Piker, before stepping into Coinflow. Here, the guards don't stand in your way. It's almost as they see you approach, the wardens almost step aside without even checking papers, without any spoken words. Dorian, you would indeed notice, if you got the name to hand, or the number, sorry, because I've completely not got it at the moment.
7432.
There we go. So, 7432, one of the wardens on guard is still here at his post. Sees you approach, and with the typical bellow from one of the wardens, you just hear,
"Make way for the governor-elect! You there, merchant wagon, shift it to the fucking side of the road, or lose your goods."
Before his words have even finished, two of the wardens are already stomping towards this poor merchant who's sat on his cart, papers ready. He goes, "Wait, what? I've been here for half an hour. You've not processed me yet."
"Move your fucking wagon!"
Yeah, so seeing him, Dorian's gonna wave to the man. Obviously, the group is on foot. We can just walk past, so I don't think that anything's gonna come of it, but we'll...
You just get a singular nod from all of the wardens, as not just towards you, Dorian, but to everyone who has their Vulpescu pin on display.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you easily manage to pass through the gates into Coinflow. To the sound of some poor merchant getting a beating from the guards as he didn't move his wagon out of the way quick enough.
It was probably going to happen. It was probably going to happen anyway. They were just looking for a reason. They needed to blow off some steam. Like that's kind of what wardens do. They're not good people.
No. So, with that, a short jaunt later leads you to the exterior of Jacqueline's store. Reza, as you push the door open and step inside, you are greeted by the usual beaming expression from Jacqueline herself, who's at this moment in time sat behind the counter, a nail file in hand, relatively quiet. No one seems to be in.
Good morning.
She looks up. Oh, good morning. God. Day after day. Is this my birthday?
With the amount of money I'm about to spend here, it might as well be.
Oh, you've brought coin and and friends. Who else is And Jacqueline will stare at the door as the rest. Who else is entering?
Yeah, sure, why not? Everyone.
She ignores the rest of you as she locks eyes with you, Vanya. Well, hello.
Oh, hi, my dear friend.
How are you?
Quite well, now that I'm seeing you, of course. So glad that Reza wanted to visit. I just, I'm so looking forward to our time out together.
Oh, you and me both, my sweet. You and me both. Just hold that thought for just a minute. Reza, you said coin? Spending?
Yes. I did.
Jacqueline turns back to you, Reza. This sly, mercantile grin creeping across her face. I like coin. So, what have you got for me?
She kind of plunks the bag of holding on the counter. How much for 4 more of these?
Oh, God, that is shoddy. What, really? You want 4 of that? I can make you better ones. How about 5?
You've read my mind.
So the materials at the minute are rather cheap. I've managed to get, looking at possibly about 40 gold, give or take.
Is that all?
She just smirks.
That's not how you negotiate, Reza.
That's already including a hefty discount since you brought a rather interesting subject for me to peer at. And she'll glance back towards you, Vanya.
Reza will dip a hand into her bag of holding and fish out 20 gold pieces and put them on the counter. I'll bring the rest when I pick them up.
Or you can put the other 20 on the counter.
Or I can pay the rest when I pick them up.
Now, ladies.
Well, as you say that, Reza, Jacqueline reaches a hand under the counter, puts one bag on the counter. Or you can, second bag, put the other 20 coins, third bag, on the counter, fourth bag. And she just got this shit-eating grin, this really smug look across her face as there are 4 bags of holding. And with the 5th one in hand, she just stares towards you, Reza, expectantly for the coins to go on the counter.
Reza will grin and then inspect them to make sure they are actually, in fact, a better model than the one she already has.
It's not so much that they're a better model. They are still enchanted with the same wards and effects of a bag of holding, but
better material, I guess.
Aesthetically, yes, they are neater stitch. The material, instead of it being a rough linen like the one you had before, this is silk. They are very high grade. Something you would probably or imagine seeing on the belt of the aristocracy or merchant families.
Reza will just grin at her and say, Jacqueline, you are so sly, I should have known. And she scoops up the other 5 bag, puts them in the bag of holding, and then pulls out 20 more gold and sets it on the counter.
Just say that again.
She scoops up the 5 bags.
Yep.
And she puts them into her existing bag of holding.
So you put 5 bags of holding
No.
into a bag of holding. Excellent.
No, wait a
So-
minute. No.
it's...
No, she tucks them into her belt.
Oh. Are you sure about that?
Let's not make a black hole in Jacqueline's shop, okay?
No, I am quite certain. She tucks them into her belt.
Okay. Damn it. Well, folks, we've just averted a campaign ending right there.
So, well, actually, no, she doesn't do that. After she pulls out the 20 gold, she picks up the other 4 and starts handing them to people, and then she's like,
Okay.
well, Garrett and Dorian.
Stood right next to you.
Oh, you're so fucking quiet. Here's your bag, and Dorian, here's your bag.
Hmm.
And then
Dorian
she...
will take it. He's just being very quiet because Jacqueline doesn't like him very much.
No, she doesn't. She's not looked at you once.
And then Reza will take her bag and kind of move down the counter to kind of start doing her switch over like ladies do. If you buy a new purse, you do the switch over right in the store.
And Vanya's gonna be holding her hand out.
It's right there on the counter, Vanya. You can take it. I'm sure Jacqueline wants to talk to you.
Oh.
Jacqueline's already
Where's
scooped
that?
up your bag, Vanya, and is holding it in both hands in front of her with his big smile on her face.
Oh, Jacqueline.
You don't want this one, sweetheart. No, Leah.
No?
No, of course not. What colour do you want?
Well, something that says
Wait a minute.
light.
There are color options, Jacqueline.
Oh. Shh, Reza, we're talking.
So, the rest of you get, it's a multitude of colours, but Vanya, you are presented with this multicoloured bag of holding. Different types of silk have been overlaid. It's not stripy like a rainbow. It's just various threads woven together. And as you hold it up, any sort of light that catches it seems to give off this iridescent sheen. It's pretty much a work of art.
Oh, Jacqueline.
Congrats, everyone. You've all now got a bag of holding.
She's going to take the bag from Jacqueline and she's going to say, Jacqueline, your love for just being who you are, just for existing. This is amazing.
Oh, I know. But, well, you're not as amazing as you. I'm just trying to find the... Where is it? There it is. Bag of holding for Cypher. Yeah! So, with this conversation going on, I am trying to do stuff behind the scenes, so I'm not going to play into flirting with you, Vanya. I do apologise.
Damn
That's
it.
all right. I'll distract for a moment. Okay, Cypher, I think there's some things of yours still in here. You might want to get them.
Things? What have I got in there? Oh.
I don't know, but sometimes I get like a little whiff of something when I reach in. So there might be something.
Oh. You should probably just get rid of that bag of holding. Yep. If that's still in there.
I was going to give it to Falco. No? Should...
In that case, he reaches into the bag and pulls out a charred severed arm. Yep. Puts it in his bag. Yeah.
Right.
You can probably get rid of my stale pastries that are in there.
Oh, this is not why I keep your pastries.
Oh, you can just probably get rid of those altogether. I think I'm watching my figure now.
Oh, all right. Preparing for some lap sitting.
Jacqueline's ears perk up.
Does that affect my lap sitting, my weight?
No.
I guess it
Imagine
would.
so.
Yeah. Can we not get such sugary items? Well, I still want some sugary items. Maybe
Dorian's
some...
gonna lean forward to Teresa. Don't listen to her. In a moment of weakness, she'll need another.
I know.
So, with that then, everyone with your new bags of holding, everyone in their formal attire.
Hang on a second, because Garrett's still pulling gold and jewels and obscene amounts of cash out of the pocketception pants and just chucking it into the bag of holding. You wouldn't believe how much money he was carrying about his person.
How don't you jingle when you walk?
It's all about packing the pockets correctly.
The more you know.
These pants are actually really good for not making things jingle or rattle around.
You're gonna keep those pants, right?
Of course I am. Never know when you need to hide something.
All right. So, as you all begin to depart the store, obviously Jacqueline is calling out towards you, Vanya. You know, remember the date. Remember the date. Well, I'll be in touch. So on and so forth. You step out into the streets of Coinflow and begin to make your way in a northerly direction towards the Silver Canal Pass. Ugh. Here, the wardens aren't as welcoming as those into Coinflow, but with a quick flash of the Houseful Pescu pin and Vanya you with the Sanguine Academy certificate, you begin to make your way over the great bridge that spans from Coinflow to the Lantern District. There's a little bit of a delay as some of the bridges are raised to allow a cargo ship from the Merchants Guild through. But apart from that, it's a straight shot into Lantern, north, looping through Temple District, into Magister. Now this walk takes about an hour and a half-ish, an hour. In fact, no, it'd probably be more like an hour and a half to do the whole trip. But with you being on foot rather than on carriage, it is a little bit quicker. Any questions from anyone in regards to Silver Canal, Temple, Lantern?
And I'm derping.
So I'm derp away.
It'll be on the map. To the map!
to the map. To the map. So
The Bloodworks.
Bloodworks is indeed very close. So for chat, just to because I don't think we've ever really noted this out. And with Stream View, I can't bring up the pins, but what I can do, hopefully, is this. So I can draw. Can I draw? I can't draw. No, because I've made it. Let's try this. Yeah, I'm trying stuff. I'm trying stuff we've never done before. There we go. Yeah, that works. Alright, so from there we can draw a line into there. Da 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 da. From the Baron's Folly, down here in Lower Streets, following the main route into Coinflow District, which is this separate island, then looping down the main road towards the Silver Canal Pass. From the Silver Canal Pass, we then pass into Lantern District, and from there, north into Temple. And the quickest way would be past the ruins of Asanthra Cathedral, down the central area, to the bridge, to Magister.
So Bloodworks are not necessarily on our way to where we're going right now.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Okay.
Yeah, so the Bloodworks is this giant compound here. That's the Bloodworks.
All right. I will hit that on the way back then.
That's good. Because
Okay.
I might need something from there too.
All right. So, as you head into Temple District, obviously the guard changes from the normal heavy-plated wardens to the somewhat more lithe, dexterous-looking guards. Instead of the plate mail armor, they're now in what appears to be blackened leather, face masks, long black coats, or cloaks for that matter. And you would get the impression and the feeling that you are always being watched whenever you're near these guards, these new wardens.
What about the population around? How has that changed?
Since yesterday, no difference. Yeah, nothing has changed really. The people in Temple are still, at this time of day, in the early morning, meandering around, making their way to either whatever jobs. The vast majority seem to be sort of clerks, administration based, or store assistants. Again, not your typical Market Row or Coinflow stores. It's a little more upmarket here, but and again the same with Magister District. As you step past the cordon into the Magister District, here granted the clothes change. People here have a lot more money, more extravagance, but yeah, it's. Is there anything in particular you're looking for, Vanya?
No, just seeing if there was like a difference of a change between like certain times, but
no, not at all.
Sounds like there isn't.
It's the inner city is a city that never sleeps.
Are we still like mid-morning?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah. Do you have anything you wish to add for that, or no? Just want to know the time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just a quick one, Noxious. Jed slinked away into the shadows one evening after coming into contact with a few individuals from his past, and we don't know. We don't know what's happened there. We don't know. It's a little open-ended at the moment. So yeah, we're not too sure. All right, so stepping into the Magister District, you are met with the hazy atmosphere, the metallic tasting tinged air, the constant hustle and bustle of extravagantly dressed individuals. And with your attire as it is, you easily blend in with the crowds. There doesn't seem to be any events planned. No one's talking of any executions today. There is perhaps the odd mention of the spectacle from the night before, but apart from that, it's almost like lower streets, but
Shiny.
Less shitty.
Less shitty. Or perhaps more shitty in personalities. Because here, whereas in lower streets you were someone and people moved out of the way for you, it's certainly not the same here. People don't seem to take much notice of you. There are the odd time where perhaps you would bump into the odd person and they would glance over you, notice that your attire isn't completely as extravagant as theirs or as fancy, and you get the odd disdain look, the occasional scowl. Nothing that would, put you out of that you would stand out, but certain people here have attitude problems for those who are less addressed. Not for you, Dorian. They would see you coming. You are still a brute of a man and easily tower over many people here.
So, do we know where we're going?
Yes, we're going to the Manchester District to 4th Street off Main.
Right. Where's that?
Obviously, after the 3rd Street off Main.
Yes, you're very funny. It's very adorable.
Glancing round, if you're looking for street signs, you would see, upon stepping over the bridge into the Manchester District, directly to your left, the first street would have a large brass 1. On the opposite side of the street, on a slightly smaller alley, would be a large brass 2. Further ahead, on the left side, a 3. On the right side, a 4. And this seems to go on all the way up the main road of the Manchester District that leads to the large gates to the High Street District.
Vanya's gonna pipe up. Oh, it seems evens and odds. One side, the other. Sorry, Garrett. Go ahead.
Fine. It's fine. You've hit the nail on the head.
And we want 4th Street, right?
Yes.
I guess it's
Yeah,
just up here on the right then, yeah?
Now to find this Jade Claw. And we'll look for signs and such, like... Because I imagine that a place with a name like that's probably got a shingle or something like that that makes them fairly easy to see.
Mm-hmm.
You'd like to hope so.
Of course not. It's a little hole in the wall.
You would like to hope so, but as you begin to make your way up the street, nothing leaps out at you. You get to the very end, which opens up to another branch of main road that leads back towards High Street, and realise that you've probably passed it. Turning back around, I would like someone to make me an investigation check. Now, at this point, I would imagine you're all going to be looking.
Yeah,
so
we're at the end of the street and gone. How the fuck did we miss it?
I'm going to ask someone to roll an investigation with advantage.
Let's see.
Actually, no. No.
Oh. Doodaloo.
Are we doing a group roll?
We are doing a group roll. So, label. Find the fucking door.
These group rolls never go wrong for us.
Because they never go wrong.
Have we actually passed one yet?
I don't know. That's...
about to find out.
We're about to find out.
Gonna say no.
Yeah. Let's... Boom, 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 boom. Find the fucking door, boys and girls.
Wait, are we doing it with advantage or just regular?
No, just a regular.
I'm afraid to hit the button.
Hit the button. Success. All right. So.
Gentleman's 23.
22. Some of us are carrying. My back hurts.
Wow.
It's good for you, I've got 19 strength now to carry all of you.
All right, so as you get to the end of 4th Street, realize, whoa, there's no signs. You begin to take a slightly more inquisitive approach. It's eventually between 2 stalls, there's a large section of pipe work, and nestled behind one of these large pipes that's pumping this metallic tasting steam out, you would see a single green door with a brass plate just next to it that says Jadeclaw Antiquities. And those people who find it would be Cypher, Garrett, and Vanya.
I think this is it.
Let's just go in. I think it's it.
But it's just a door behind pipes.
Look, there's a little sign there. What does that say?
Oh. It is the place.
Marvellous. Over here.
Do we knock?
I would imagine
Store.
so.
Just
You're right. It's a store. You just walk in, right?
You'd think so, right?
Just push
We'll
the
find
door. If it's
Reza
not
walks in.
open, knock it.
So,
What store sent an invitation?
Reza, as you push open the door and step in, you're met for a brief moment with blackness. No light whatsoever. You feel a slight tingle of magic on your skin before eventually a blinding light assaults your eyes as you step into what appears to be a brightly lit summer outhouse. At the far end of the room is a desk. An old man hunched over, but behind him, large windows with sunlight peering through, and above, skylights in the room, also shining sunlight down. Now, for a brief moment, Reza, you would probably panic before realizing that you are not in any pain.
Okay, that's what I thought.
But the atmosphere in this room is incredibly airy, incredibly bright. The opposite to Novostoya. No sign of the oppressive atmosphere. The air itself seems to have several incense sticks burning, giving it a woody, if not dusty, smell. Several tables line both sides of this room with a menagerie of items, pieces of armor, swords, axes hang on walls. There's a multitude of small crates of boxes, paintings. A hoard of goods. And anyone who is slightly aware of magic, which at this point is all of you, can tell this room is absolutely full to the brim with relics, antiques, magic items. The man at the far end of the room, this old man with greying hair, a blue one-piece noble's attire, and his skin a deep verdant green. There's a golden amulet that sits around his neck that looks, from the distance at least, serpentine in nature. And as he looks up from the desk at the far end of the room, now bear in mind this room is easily 30, perhaps 40 feet long. Two glowing yellow eyes with black slits in the middle lock in on all of you. And it's there, I'm going to call a BRB because I need to refill my water.
Very well.
We will be but a moment. Haha, because I am empty. Welcome to the Jade Claw Antiquities store.
It all makes sense now.
Back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
All right. Interesting fellow here.
Yeah, you don't see great people every day.
Well, I have my heart set on like, greetings, welcome to my shop. You know, full on Cobra Commander.
Yeah.
The finest goods from far and wide. Just, you know.
If it doesn't sound like that, I'm gonna be upset.
Races against snake people. Jesus.
Well, now I'm just expecting.
Son of a bitch! You've already fucking revealed it.
You revealed it. We just named it.
Greetings, surface dwellers.
I guess we're all back.
Yeah.
Alright. See, nothing I do now is going to be anywhere near as impressive as that.
Sure it is.
Just let him play it.
It's just where my mind went.
How you doing?
What's that, sorry, Garrett?
Just go, hey up.
Yeah. Alright, lads and lasses, welcome to me stool.
Well, now that'd be funnier by comparison.
Oh god, it's the Hitcher from Mighty Bush.
Yeah. It was up inside you.
Alright, hang on. Hang on. Don't look at that. That wasn't the token. That should have been, but fuck it, we ball. And I haven't set up the Roll of Fate because it's new Foundry edition. Gosh, shit. But that's a success. So, as you step into the Jade Claw Antiquity Store, the old man from the far end looks up towards you.
Welcome to Jade Claw Antiquities. Oh, I am Thalvia Jade Claw. How may I make your acquaintance? Who are you? Who are you?
I'm Vanya.
Anya.
Pleasure to meet you, sir. I am Teresa.
Teresa. Good. May I inquire as to your business here? You have come from the court. Hence you being here, because otherwise, well, you'd have been turned to mush and spread out in front of the cobbles.
Well, that's good to know. Yes, our patron recommended your shop to us, so we decided to stop by.
Patron, step closer. Let me have a look at your... What do you serve?
Reza walks up to the counter. I'm assuming he was sitting behind a counter.
Yeah, like a large desk that acts as a
Okay,
counter.
yeah, she'll walk up to the desk, yeah.
He'll immediately spot the Vulpescu pin.
Ah, Lady Vulpescu. I see. Well, welcome to the Jade Claw. Antiquities from all over the realm are here, and... What is it you require, or are you just here as a first-time viewer, purveyor, customer? Have a look. Any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Yes, definitely the second, and thank you, Master Jade Claw.
Most call me the Curator Thalvia. Thalvia Jade Claw at your service.
Curate to Thalvia, and Reza nods her head with a half smile.
Do you create things too?
Me personally, no. But I have a few contacts that can make things. Yes.
Can you make... And she pulls out her sword.
Careful how you do that, Vanya.
I'm not gonna stab him. I just am trying to show him what I need.
The old man leans forward at the desk and looks over the sword briefly.
You can touch it.
Oh, thank you. A moment, if I may be so...
And he'll take the sword and begin to glance over it. Now, whilst he's doing that, the rest of you, any questions?
Kid in candy store is
Yes.
So, looking around, does it seem like things have been grouped or arranged with a purpose, or is it just
No.
does it just look fucking willy nilly?
No,
Okay.
it's this the when I said this is a horde, it is a horde.
I feel like this is a dialed-up Farbrooks Emporium. Like, just...
Kind of,
Like,
yes.
this stuff is actually valuable, yeah.
Yes. The only difference is instead of things being thrown willy-nilly everywhere, they are organized, they are neatly placed, clean, but there is no rhyme or reason to
the organization.
the organization. The only...
It's a very elaborate filing system known only to the green man at the desk.
The green man at the desk, yes. And, in fact, Garrett, roll me a perception check.
Oh yeah, because I'm good at them.
Yeah.
Hold.
There is a system at play, and it seems that the only system is that the things closer to the desk are things that are shinier. As it gets towards the far end of the room, that's where a lot of the more dull items, things like books, tomes, they're at the far end of the room. Things that aren't eye-catching, but you will certainly notice that around the closest to Thalver are things like rings or shiny weapons, things that glitter, things that sparkle.
So this guy's a magpie then?
Yes. And it's not hard to decipher for those who are somewhat familiar that there is a draconic element to this man.
Yup.
Yeah. So you're close on the serpent things, but there is a very draconic aesthetic to not only the man himself, but if you perhaps heard of tales of dragons hoarding goods, they like shiny things, and a lot of the shiny things are near his desk.
Being that Reza has, addressed the guy, Dorian's just looking over things from his heightened perspective, trying to, scope things out and listen in for a little bit before piping up.
So, Curator Thalvir, I have to admit to being dazzled a bit by your collection, and I do intend to browse fully, but do you happen to know if you have anything in stock that might enhance somebody's natural abilities in terms of agility, acrobatics, shooting bows, things like that?
Yes. Oh, your sword.
And he'll offer the sword back towards you, Vanya.
Fire. Good. Interesting. Give me a moment to think. Or what it is you want. I may have something to trade for that if you wish to sell. But agility or bows, few things. Yes.
And he points over towards the far end of the room, Reza. There seems to be a collection of... Ooh. Let's have a look. I'll throw some things in chat, shall I?
Oh no.
As he points off towards one of the corners.
There's a crossbow over there, which is small. I don't have any bows there. Boring, bendy, but for agility, I have some boots somewhere. Go look in that case over there.
So, Let's talk amongst yourselves for a moment while I drag and drop a few things.
Well, this isn't what I thought it was going to be.
It's everything I hoped it would be.
What'd you think it was gonna be?
I had no idea.
Just not this, then.
But this is definitely good.
Alright, we'll start with these things. There you go. Reza, as you wander over to the corner, there is a pair of boots. Each item seems to have a small tag on it that's made from... It looks to be parchment, but it's not as flimsy as parchment. It's almost a mix between parchment and leather, with a name and a very brief description. The boots, it just has described in adequate agility. There's a small hand crossbow. It says sneaky. The cloak catches your eye just off to the side. Moves itself. A small necklace. Just says bells written beneath it. And another thing, the rather wicked looking blade, small dagger, sits off to one side that just says sharp.
So she will head over to the area and start browsing the items and reading the tags on them to see if they pique her interest.
Any thoughts from the rest of you on those, or do you need a moment to look?
I'm still looking.
There's an easier way of me doing this. Since you're going to have a browse of the store, if you go into the journal entries, configure, observer, there you are. That's all of the items that are that would probably pique your interest.
Chat, this is going to take a couple years. I hope you don't have anything planned.
Wizard Gold, welcome in. You've caught us on our... I think this is the first time ever I've introduced a magic store in a game. Would you say that's right?
Yeah, I think it is.
So for chat, just for the things that we've got on, we don't have permission as observer, but the boots of adequate dexterity basically just sets your dexterity to 12. Pretty useful for some people. Crossbow of Whispers is a hand crossbow that you can basically mark a target with, and it will hit them. Cloak of Autonomy. I imagine many of you have seen Doctor Strange. That's his cloak in a nutshell. Chimes of the Killer is a nice little item that you target an individual, and for up to 1,000 feet away, they can constantly hear the sound of chiming bells. It's more of an assassin's way to scare and terrify people. Obviously, there's other little bits on top of it, but I'm giving the TLDR version. Clean cut daggers used by the Ebon Syndicate. These basically increase your crit chance, as well as deal hit point damage as a reduction. The cloak would be great. Yeah. If you're wearing this cloak, or if it is unattended, not in a container, you can speak its command word as a bonus action to animate it. If worn, the cloak automatically detaches from your person. The cloak appears in the nearest unoccupied space. Alternatively, you can speak its command word while you throw the cloak up to 15 feet in the air as an action. If you throw it at an enemy creature, the cloak can immediately make an attack against that creature. The cloak appears in the nearest unoccupied space to where it was thrown. An animated cloak fights for you. The cloak gets its own initiative, but the cloak is under the GM's control, but it is friendly to you and your companions. It innately knows who your enemies are and will attack the nearest enemy without any sense of self-preservation, moving on only once that enemy is incapacitated. The cloak's animating magic will end when it drops to 0 HP, and it cannot see any more enemies. It cannot see any more enemies, or after 10 minutes have passed. If the cloak is reduced to 0 hit points by fire damage, it is destroyed outright. Otherwise, the cloak can be repaired, basically by spending an hour with an Arcana and a Weaver's Kit roll. So yeah, the cloak itself can grapple, can tie people down, can restrain. It's a baby snatching cloak. I mean, don't give that to Vanya. For those who are still perusing through this gentleman's vast amount of wares, has anything caught your eye?
No. Cypher's found something.
What have you found, Cypher?
Cypher has found a lantern.
A lantern? Okay.
Yes. And when he picks it up, he realizes he can see into the ethereal plane. And he's like, that's pretty fucking cool. So now he's hugging it like it's a fucking teddy bear. And he's got the puppy dog eyes. And he's stood behind behind Garrett, and he's like, Garrett.
Garrett, you might want to take a look at these daggers.
Yeah, but Garrett.
There's so much in here.
Yeah. Let me just throw this up for chat quick, just so they can see. I'll give you a brief, give you guys a bit more time, but we've got the Amulet of Adequate Wisdom, the Belt of Adequate Constitution, Belt of Adequate Dexterity, Adequate Strength, Adequate Intellect. They basically sets a character's stat to 12. We've got Chimes of the Killer, Clean Cut, which is a dagger, Cloak of Autonomy, which I spoke about, Cloak of the Listener, one of my personal favourites. It's a cloak made of ears. Crossbow of Whispers, which is a hand crossbow that can mark targets. Crystal Assistant, D&D Alexa in a nutshell. Deck of Devilry is a deck of cards that, if you're not attuned to it, insults you every time you pull a card. Otherwise, you can use it to almost as a clairvoyance. It'll give you results on someone you inquire about. Draconic Fang Blade is a dagger made from the fangs of a vampire dragonborn. Exile's Brand is also one of my favourites, a meme item by all extents. The Exile's Brand, or more commonly known as the Ring of Soil Eating, is made of rusted iron and is ornamented with small round protrusions. These rings are handed out to exiled members of the Astoyan aristocracy more as a final insult than anything. While wearing this ring, you can eat the soil beneath your feet to satiate your hunger without getting sick.
Solution, I just messaged you on that one.
Uh-huh.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. I will purchase that one.
There's a lot of stuff on there. Man, you'll need the intelligence one. Soon. So, with regards to Chronicles, again, with Foundry, with me having to update Foundry to a newer version with the 2024 rules, a lot of the old Chronicle stuff also imploded with the Pariahs stuff. So it's kind of added another spanner in the works. But Chronicles I will be kicking it up soon once I've got a more focused narrative for that. So fear not, more Chronicles will be coming soon.
But first, something different.
Yes. We do have a small something small planned, which I may put up at the end of this session, or I may wait till next week. So, Vanya, you've found something interesting. Cypher, you've found something interesting. Garrett, Dorian, Reza, anything on your end?
Yes.
Yes?
Lots. Haven't decided yet.
Reza looked at all of the items in the initial area, and none of them really piqued her interest, but she thinks that the daggers might be a nice backup for Garrett.
Did you check the journal entry? Oh, you went away when I said that. Oh dear. Go to journals. Jade Claw Antiquities, Reza.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a few daggers.
The clean cut daggers.
Yeah, no, look in the Antiquities journal entry. That's what's currently in stock.
I think I am.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I pulled it up. I was able to hear you.
Okay, good.
And it's one of the items you linked initially, the clean cut daggers.
What?
Refined liquid courage.
Refined liquid. So, Cypher, as you glance through, you would see what appears to be a box of 3 syringes, each one having this thick, viscous liquid in. The little tag next to it says Refined Liquid Courage. And the small text written beneath it states, "Pick me up."
Pick me up.
Ooh, Reza just found something she likes.
All right. In that case, then let's go down to this first. Vanya, what have you found? Read it out.
Vanya is going to purchase the Exiles brand, which is the Ring of Soil, which basically they when you eat soil, it satiates your hunger and without getting sick.
You eat
So
dirt.
specifically the dirt beneath your feet. So you need to kneel down and eat the dirt underneath you
Yes.
and humble yourself. And that's really evil, and I like it.
It is. It's a awful.
And she's got plans for that.
Yeah, so it's not something that you can, pick dirt up, store it. You have to eat the dirt from your feet. All right. Garrett, what have you found that's interesting?
Yes, everything.
Would you like me to come back to you in a minute?
Please.
All right. Cypher?
The lantern.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And maybe the liquid courage, because I'm curious to see what it does. So I picked one up and I'm kind of shaking it and going, what does it do?
All right. Dorian, anything in particular that you found interesting?
I mean, there are a few things. One of them is hilarious to me.
Go on.
So I just want to point out the deck of devilry.
Yeah.
Deck looks like an ordinary deck of cards. The back of the card looks like a deck. However, the front of them is marked with strange depictions of vice. There are also small passages written on each of them telling the story of the depiction. Rumor has it that there was a rogue so deceiving that he cheated every single person in a small city. In his travels, he met a crossroads devil. The devil promised to make one of his wishes come true, and he accepted. Although the devil was supposed to have something in return, he somehow managed to cheat the devil. Whether as a result of his wish or because he was someone who managed to cheat a devil, he became in possession of this deck of devilry. If you're not attuned to the deck, a card you pick insults you in various ways. While attuned to it, however, a card you draw tells you a secret. Once each day, you can use your action to focus on a creature that you can see within 30 feet of you and pick a card. Once you use the deck, you regain the chance of doing it again after a short rest. The card shows a weakness of the creature you focus on. To determine the nature of the weakness, roll on the table below. So it's basically just tells you various things about someone.
The table is either a damage vulnerability, its weakest property, combat habits, or social habits. So things such as...
And so there's...
So go on.
Yep. No, go ahead.
So damage vulnerability would be, if it has any vulnerabilities, you will understand what they are. Weakest property, be it its HP, armor class, or a useful attribute. Combat habits, it would give you an extra 1d4 in attack rolls against the creature until you finish a long rest. And social habits would give you advantage on persuasion, deception checks, things like that. So that's the table you roll on.
Yeah, so that's a cool item. And then there were a couple other ones that I was like, God damn. There's a short sword that potentially forces lycanthropes to assume their normal shape. The lichen short sword. This one, though, malicious skin. Protective skin made of dead celestial beings flayed after they were desecrated. It covers your whole body. While you're attuned to the malicious skin, you gain dark vision out to a range of 60 feet, resistance to necrotic and poison damage, corrupted angel wings, and a flying speed of 30 feet. You also gain a +1 bonus to AC. That's vile. But the one, like, obviously I do blunt weapons, so there's a dwarven warhammer that
the Whale of Anguish.
Wheel of Anguish, yeah.
The Whale of Anguish is forged by dwarven blacksmiths to kill traitors in a painful manner. However, later on, a small number of these weapons spread to the world, and people started to use them to make others suffer. It is rumored that a creature hit with one of these hammers hears the countless agonies and screams of those who suffered the same fate. There are spikes reinforcing magical runes on each side of the hammer, and the figure of the screaming woman is painted on the side of the Whale of Anguish. When you make a melee weapon attack against a creature with this magic weapon, the creature feels immense pain. It's a +1 warhammer, so D10 damage is pretty good.
Yep.
On a critical hit, you deal an additional D8 psychic damage, and the target must make a DC 14 Constitution saving throw to become stunned. Then it has the normal warhammer attacks. So that's cool. But you have this thing in here called the fucking Devourer. Devourers are forged by demons who excelled in necromancy. These mauls are pitch black, and their hammers decorated with screaming faces, along with a monstrous mouth with sharp teeth. Each devourer has a different face decorating its hammer, as these are the faces of pathetic creatures that were devoured by the maul. It is gifted to the most powerful lieutenants by their demonic masters. You gain a +1 bonus to attack damage rolls made with this magic weapon. Which, a maul, I'm pretty sure that's a 2d6 hammer.
It is,
without
yes.
two-handed.
Yeah.
When you roll a 20 on an attack roll made with this magic weapon, the target takes an extra 6d6 necrotic damage. If a living creature has 20 hit points or fewer after taking this damage, the mouth opens and devours the creature, both the body and the soul. The target's whole body does not necessarily have to be consumed. However, the maul especially goes for the face of the creature it devours, leaving a gory scene behind. So it eats people's faces. A creature that is devoured by the maul experiences an inordinate amount of unimaginable demonic torture within the maul. As a result, it transforms into a faceless slave. As an action, you can call one faceless slave to your aid for 1 hour. A faceless slave summoned in this way appears in unoccupied space chosen by you within 10 feet of you and is completely under your command. You can issue commands to it as a bonus action. So basically, you make a... Oh, okay, no, I have to keep reading because it gets better. You can issue commands to it as a bonus action. If you do not issue any commands to it, it defends itself. It returns the Devourer when it drops 0 hit points. When you dismiss it as another action, or at the end of an hour. If you summon more than one faceless slave, you can use an action to dismiss all of them at once, or to dismiss each of them separately as an action. The devourer can carry 10 faceless slaves within. If it devours the 11th, the face of the first creature is devoured by the maul fades away on the maul, and the soul is freed. A creature devoured by the maul can only be brought back by means of a wish or true resurrection spell.
That is pretty much at the forefront of
That is
the desk.
It is a horrifying item.
It is. And it also seems to hold prime position in the Jade Claw Antiquities store. Just directly hanging, or not so much hanging, but held in front of the desk. Giving you the impression this thing holds a rather large amount of value to the curator.
Yup.
Cypher, what does your lantern do that you've got?
The lantern of ethereal sight. This lantern looks like a mundane bullseye lantern with a brass and iron frame and a brass burning chamber. When you light it, however, it sheds an unnatural blue light. While lit, it sheds bright light in a 60-foot cone and dim light for additional 60 feet. Within the 60-foot cone, the ethereal plane is visible, and invisible creatures are visible. A creature's invisibility is not dispelled when it enters the cone. When it moves out of the cone, it continues to be invisible. The lantern can burn up to 1 hour, and after that, it becomes drained. Once it's drained, it renews itself after a short rest.
You can indeed, though, see spirits moving along the streets with that.
I love it. Reza's attention has been attracted to a small ring that seems to be made out of little interlocking chains. And it is, in fact, the Ring of Chains.
What's it do? It's quite hefty.
This ring has 3 charges, and it regains 1d3 expended charges per short rest. While wearing the ring, you can use an action to expend one of its charges to summon a chain into your hands. The summoned chain is 15 feet long, and it has little spikes on each of its ends. You can use this summoned chain as a whip. Instead of using the chain as a whip, you can also choose to animate it. An animated chain can float in the air on its own. As a bonus action, you can issue a command to the chain, and it obeys your command to the best of its abilities. The commands are... Attach. You command the chain to attach its end to certain points. At least one of the points must be on a surface. If one of the points is a creature, it must succeed on a DC 15 dexterity saving throw or become grappled by the chain. At the start of each of its turns, the target can repeat the saving throw to free itself, and it can't move more than 15 feet away from the chain's other end on a fail. Or you can attack. You command the chain to attack a creature of your choice within 15 feet of it. The target must succeed on a DC 15 dex save or take 1d6 piercing damage. Or, and this is my favorite, detain. You can command the chain to wrap itself around a creature within 60 feet of you that you can see. The target must succeed on a DC 15 dex save throw or be grappled by the chain. At the start of each of its turns, the target can repeat the throw. If it is grappled by the chain for 3 consecutive turns, it becomes restrained. I would like to buy it.
You can't say I'm not generous, huh?
You are a generous god. I won't say.
Can we buy more than one?
Who knows? You've not spoke to the curator about buying stuff yet. I'm just showing you what's on offer. There's no...
Cypher's going to go to the desk and just put the lantern down, and he goes, "So, how much for the lantern?"
The Thalvier will look up towards you, Cypher, back to the lantern, back to you,
Huh. An interesting little trinket. Yes, sir. I don't know. What do you have? Do you have anything to trade? Something you wish to barter with, or... Gold's not really interesting, no. But trades... Huh. Do you have anything shiny or interesting?
Cypher opens his left eye, and behind his eyelid, his focusing crystal pops out. He puts it on his hand.
Okay. Thalvir will take the crystal, look over it.
Oh, yes. This
He'll hoist the crystal up towards you, Cypher.
outweighs the value of the lantern. This is not a fair trade in my direction. Find something else to add.
Cypher,
Mm-hmm.
could we add this? And she sets the ring down on the desk.
And the ring.
Are we putting all of our stuff down as a group?
That's
Well-
for you to decide.
We're just trying to
sh-
make sure it's a fair trade. Sorry, Cypher.
We'll see what we can get out of this trade. Why? What do you want?
Oh, I have two things that I want. Do you want me to put those down too? I've got some things that I could potentially put down for the trade. Or am I negotiating separately?
Well, let's see what Curator Thunderver has to say. What would the ring complete the balance of the trade, or
For something that just throws up some chains.
He'll look around you, Reza, towards Vanya.
And what is it that you want? If you wish to pool things together and offer all in exchange, then I would be happy to facilitate this exchange. Yes? Or we can
She
do it
dumps-
piecemeal.
She dumps the Exile brand and the Forbidden Tome onto the table.
So, we know what the Exiled brand does. It allows you to eat dirt. What does the Forbidden Tome do, Vanya?
So the Forbidden Tome allows you to basically it has wizards trapped in the book, so you can ask it questions, and once you've kind of once you ask a new question, that information vanishes, is basically what the book is. So you can just ask it questions because it has wizard minds trapped in it.
He'll look over towards the tome. Arch a brow, look towards you, Vanya.
A pricey object. What do you offer in exchange?
She's gonna lay down a trinket of innocent lost.
Let's have a look. He'll look at the little trinket placed on the counter, look back to you with an expectant look, like there's perhaps more coming.
Is that not? And she'll pull out her crowbar.
He'll turn his attention back towards Reza and Cypher.
Focusing crystal for the ring and the lantern. I will accept that trade.
Cypher gingerly departs with the focusing crystal.
Vanya, that's certainly not enough not for what you're asking.
She'll also pull out a an elixir of fragrance and put it on the table.
He'll turn his attention back towards you, Vanya. Look at the elixir. Turn his nose up.
Your clothing. You have something on you. Something that... I can smell it. I can feel it. You want those. You want the book. And the ring. I will give you the ring for the potion. And this little...
He holds up Innocence Lost.
But for the book... priceless almost. Something of equal trade must be given.
You want my bodice? Okay, I want the book. And she begins to start undressing to get the bodice off.
All right. So, Lantern of Ethereal Sight has been handed over to Cypher. Ring of Change has been handed over to Reza. I need Cypher to...
Well,
Go on.
Reza is feeling guilty that he traded his focus. So she's gonna be lingering there, holding something in her hand, to try and get it back for him.
Okay.
But she's waiting for Vanya to finish her transaction.
Yeah. So, Vanya, for Innocence Lost and the potion, you can get the ring. It's a little one-sided.
Something else, the... bodies. Yes. Those will suffice. As trade for the book.
And she's taking the bodice off like you would take like a bra off under a shirt.
All right. So with that then, Forbidden Tome and the Exiles brand is now yours. You need to delete your bodice, as it is no longer yours. Garrett, Dorian, you two need a bit longer, or are you good? Has you found anything now that you know how this works?
After you, Dorian.
Well, the thing is that Dorian doesn't have a lot in the way of fancy, shiny, magical stuff. Or actually, he kind of does. So he's going to bring up this deck of devilry and also the Quill of Rebellion.
Oh, okay.
He's gonna, he's kind of gauging this guy. Like he went out of his way to say this wasn't a fair trade, so like he clearly has like some kind of sense of like morals, I think. And he's going to look at him, and as cool as this thing is, haven't used it. It doesn't really occur to me to use it. Dorian's going to take off the ring of spell storing and put it next to those two things.
Ooh, okay.
And kind of try to gauge his reaction.
He'll look over the ring, pick it up.
Already 2 spells. Huh.
He waves a hand over it.
Countering and... Huh. Interesting. The deck is... Do you have something you could offer small to perhaps balance this as well that is useful? It is currently tilted in... Well...
Again, this doesn't have to be purely from you, Dorian. The rest of the people here can hear the conversation.
Well, the thing is that these are both kind of like niche items. So Dorian's going to go into his pack and he's going to get the Manacles of Trickery and the Crate Spoon.
All right. Okay. Yeah. He'll as you put the Crate Spoon and the Manacles of Trickery down, he'll look over them.
Yes. Seems fair. Though...
He'll quickly glance around. Where is it? Where is it? I mean, Reza, if you want, you could chime in, because he seems to be looking for something to try and balance this trade out. If you have something you wish to try and, proffer.
Yes, so actually, I know the focusing crystal is very important to Cypher, so what would you say if we added that to this as like balance that back out, and well, you can have this to balance it. And she holds out her protection rune.
Yeah.
Rare for me to handle those normally kept by the wardens. Interesting. In fact, something I wish to keep on myself. For the focusing crystal, though. Oh, this thing. Powerful.
But not powerful enough to save your life.
True.
Like the protection rune. Tell you what.
Go on.
Sorry, what you were saying?
No, he shuts up and just stares at you.
I have, not with me, but in my possession, several interesting items that I could bring to you for future trade. If, say, we wanted to do this deal today, it would guarantee you more interesting items in the future, including one item that is cursed.
Very well. Though, should this cursed item not balance on the trade, then perhaps I may have to offer some other items in future for payment, or you may have to offer other things to balance. You understand?
Yes, and I must say I admire your focus on balance in all things. Greatly respected.
You do not run a business like this if you try and swindle others.
Just so. And she sets the rune of protection down on his desk.
He can tell you're not lying. he seems, again, visually old, but there's something about his manner that just looks almost right through you, Reza, as he just nods.
Very well. I will accept this.
So, the Deck of Devilry for Dorian, and the Quill of Rebellion. In exchange for the Manacles of Trickery, Crate Spoon, and one of the Protection Runes, and probably, I imagine you're talking about the Core Cut Dagger, not the thingy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
getting Cypher's focusing crystal back.
Yep. In that case then, Cypher, congrats.
Reza kind of picks it up and just hands it back to him quietly.
Are you good for me to delete the stuff from my inventory?
I am indeed.
All right. So the Ring of Spell Storing. All right.
Obviously, these items get added back into the Jade Claw Antiquities collection. So if you in the future do need them back, there is always a chance that he may still have them.
Mm-hmm.
Depends on who else comes by.
So you didn't bring us to a magic store. You brought us to a magic pawn shop.
I absolutely did bring you to a magic pawn shop. But the other thing, Vanya, you're good. You've got your tome. You've got your ring. Excellent.
She did want to see about his connections with altering her sword.
We'll pick that up in a minute then. Last thing then will be Garrett. Now he's had chance to pour through. Giving Garrett time to look through stuff is, to me as a DM, quite scary.
Two things I want.
Okay.
The first thing is
Do you mind just
malicious skin.
turning yourself up just a touch, my dude? You just
Yeah, I've just moved. I've moved
Sorry, mate.
back away from the mic. Yeah, I want the malicious skin.
Yeah. I thought someone might want that. It's really good.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Okay, number one. So that's the protective skin made of basically flayed celestial beings.
Mm-hmm.
Gives you dark vision, which you've already got. Resistance to necrotic and poison, which is pretty good. An extra AC and wings.
Every time Garrett's wearing that, I'm just going to have "Goodbye Horses" playing in my mind.
Now, granted, you can probably tell from its description and what it is, this thing's not going to be cheap.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's the second thing you're thinking?
The clean cut daggers.
The clean cut, yeah. All right. Still good, but not as high priority than the malicious skin in his eyes. So with this, you set down the dagger and this flayed skin suit on the counter. And he just looks down at it, looks up at you with expectant eyes, folds his fingers together, Garrett, and just stares at you with these glowing yellow beady eyes.
First thing I'm going to take out is one of my 2 protection rings.
Okay. Yeah.
Put that down. And then I'm going to pull off my predatory braces.
Okay.
And put that next to it. And then
he moves the dagger to one side in your direction.
The key of mimicry.
Okay. Picks the key up, looks over it.
The keys to the castle. Interesting. Very interesting. But not enough.
The ever smoking bottle.
Takes the bottle, looks over it, nods, and slides the skin suit back in your direction.
Lovely.
Malicious skin. And clean cut.
Thank you very much.
With that, he then looks towards you, Vanya.
Sword.
Mm-hmm.
She just stares at you.
Yes. I need to transform this
Then
into
do
something different. What do you mean that then do it?
Then transform it into something.
He blinks a couple of times. Tilts his head to the side.
How?
I don't know.
Maybe I can ask my tomb how.
What do you want to turn it into? Would be a good place to start.
Okay, that's a good question. Because I would like to turn it... Because right now, I can make it... Watch this. Let me show you what I can do with it right now. The phoenix doesn't fear the flames, it thrives in them.
The sword bursts into flames. His eyes go wide.
Oh,
For a brief moment. He claps.
But, it can only and she kind of mimics jabbing something.
Mm-hmm.
Right now it can stab something, but I need it to kind of go and turn into a shield for me. A flaming shield when I need it to.
you want a sword that turns into a shield.
When I need it to.
I don't know of any relics or antiques or things that would do that, but... what about...
He points over towards the Whale of Anguish, this warhammer hanging on a wall.
I know of a dwarven smith. Maybe... we cut down the sword. Make it pointy, rapier. Into the handle of a parasol. Reinforce the parasol. You can then pull blade out of the handle of parasol like a sheath, and then you have shield and sword.
Okay, that sounds like it could work. It can do you have any schematics of that I can share?
I know of a dwarven smith who could make it, but I would need your sword.
Who's the do you have a name, location?
Yes.
Can you give that to me?
No.
Why?
Information is not free.
We just bought a ton of stuff off of you, and I'm assuming we'll be back.
He looks around.
No one purchased nothing.
Oh,
This-
you want gold? You want gold for this information? I have, or something. What's your price?
The curator's eyes just begin to scan over the rest of the party. A bit of an exasperated look.
Mercer just shakes her head and says, Vanya.
Does he want me to sit in his lap?
No.
Oh,
What he is offering to do, and correct me if I'm wrong, curator, you will manage the transformation of the sword with your contact, but you will not share the information of your contact. Is that correct?
Correct. You give me the blade,
oh,
something of value as payment, and in return, in several days' time, weapon returned.
okay.
Sorry about it. She can be awfully dense and literal at times.
Yes, almost sat in his lap. Here's the sword.
He takes the sword, looks over it, nods.
Don't worry, I've dealt with more eccentric clients from the court in the past. She is entertaining.
You can keep her if you want. I mean, what?
If that is the
was a
trade,
joke.
if that is the trade you are willing to offer, then I accept.
A poor jest. My apologies.
He nods slowly.
Vanya, trade the man something.
Garrett, she can't trade me, right?
No, it was a jest, Vanya. Just give the man something of equal value and we'll be done.
What?
Dwarf. Payment is for dwarf, not me.
Oh, what would the what is the dwarf expecting?
If anyone wishes to chime in with what a dwarf may want,
I would
now's
be.
your time.
Probably something you're much more accustomed to paying in.
Money, jewels.
Well, what would be an appropriate money
Booze, cough, booze.
or a particular bottle of something? Garrett, do you have any on your person?
Why is it always me that ends up paying for things? And I pull out a bottle of Bloodshot.
But Garrett, I work hard for you, do I not? I don't ask for much.
Neither the time nor the place for this discussion.
He takes the bloodshot, pops the cork, sniffs it.
Heard rumors talk. This the new drink circling the noble districts. Oh. He's been wanting to get his hands on some of this for a while, but rarely leaves the workshop. I'm sure he will do it for this.
He recorks
Perfect.
the bloodshot. And closes his eyes for a moment. Cypher, Vanya, you would hear a brief mutter under his breath. The words of the message spell, giving you an indication that the smith's pretty damn close.
Yeah.
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 Was that 100 feet?
I think it's less.
Uh,
He opens his eyes.
He will do it. Return tomorrow. Wait,
Closes his eyes again.
5 hours.
Oh. Probably figure out something for 5 hours.
yes, we can go home and you can come back later.
By myself? Like,
What, you afraid you're going to get mugged in the city proper?
I mean, I just don't like... well, I may just bring Jacqueline.
I feel like bringing Jacqueline here would result in her having a very bad time.
Yes, like being turned into pink mist. Or a mushy pile of fleshy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Then maybe one of you should return with me then.
I'll come with you.
So, what I will do for the sake of making things easier, Vanya, you will be receiving something called the Parasol Protector. The Parasol Protector is a magically enchanted item. This umbrella acts as a typical fabric rain repellent until the command word is spoken. At that, the fabric stiffens immediately, granting it the ability to deflect incoming attacks and acting as a shield. This grants +2 AC when activated. In addition, the handle is a sheath that can hold a rapier. The magics of the sheath cast an illusion that allows the blade within to remain hidden. It can only be discovered upon closer inspection with a DC 18 Arcana or Investigation roll. That links up with a flaming rapier, but the damage is no longer similar. The short sword damage was 1d6 fire damage. It's now been reduced to 1d3, as basically the short sword's been carved down and reforged into the flaming rapier.
Nice.
So basically, in effect, you have a parasol where you can pull a rapier, as the handle out. The activation word is still the same because it's pretty much the same sword, just bastardized, reforged, and not as powerful as it once was. So, everyone happy with your little trades there?
Oh yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. I guess I'll be coming back later too, I guess, to bring in the
First.
yeah.
Well, if you're returning, that thing is an incredibly powerful blade. Incredibly powerful weapon. If you had the curse removed, it would be fantastic. But since you're trading it in, rather than role-playing it out, because we all know how it's going to go, I will let you trade it in for something that you believe to be of equal value. Obviously, something like the Devourer is a no-go. That is a absolute legendary weapon and would require pretty much you giving your souls up for. But Reza, I will give you, if you're getting rid of the dagger, I'll let you all choose to, what would you like to trade it for?
Crossbow of Whispers?
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right. That seems like an adequate trade. The crossbow whispers is yours in return for the, or in exchange, sorry, for that horrific dagger that you all got earlier.
Mm-hmm.
We can always come back at a later point. You now know his inventory. You know his stock. If there is at any point you wish to return, you're welcome to. Or if you get something and think you can trade it in for something else, then jobs are good. Any further questions, comments, ideas in regards to the Jade Claw Antiquities or its curator?
I don't like his style. I would rather pay gold.
You would rather throw gold at the problem.
Exactly.
I find it hilarious. You gave us a stash character to put our extra inventory items on, and then you send us to a pawn shop and we don't have all our shit.
Yes. Well, yeah. With that said, was a bit of a downtime episode for us all. We don't have many of these where we do a shopping trip, but I thought it would make a nice change for us just to have a bit of a chilled session with you've just had level up. First time to get you guys some magical items that you choose rather than that have been looted from the dead.
Mine definitely came from the dead.
Well, I don't know, technically you're right. Yeah.
Is
Excellent.
this a hand crossbow?
It is a hand crossbow, yes. One-handed.
Can I dual wield hand crossbows now?
Yes.
Nice.
It's John Wick.
Yes, Crossbow Whispers is a hand crossbow.
I'm so excited.
The ability on that crossbow is pretty gross, too.
Yeah, it is.
With your new goodies in hand, you all begin to make your way back through the Magister District, through Temple, back home. This only took half the day. There's still the remaining half of the day, but I think we're pretty safe to say we'll pick that up next week.
Yeah, with our visit to the Bloodworks.
Yeah, we'll do the Bloodworks then first thing on next session. Because that's holy shit, where's 4 hours gone?
Yeah, really.
3 hours of this session was us reading through that list.
I mean, that's fair. Did you enjoy it though as players?
Yes.
Good. And you've got some goodies to work towards. So, in a nutshell, Garrett, you've got a skin suit that lets you fly, and a dagger that increases your crit roll to a 19.
And adds +1 to attack and damage.
Nice. Cypher, you got a lantern that can see shit.
Yeah. More importantly, souls.
Yeah. Reza, you walked away with a crossbow that you can mark targets and
A ring of chains so we can capture people instead of accidentally killing them.
Yeah. Vanya, you've got a tome that has the mind and soul of a wizard bound to it. That is incredibly good. It has things like +7 to Arcana rolls. It has an intelligence score of 20. So you can certainly ask a lot of spell-based and arcane stuff to this tome, and it will probably know the answer. As well as your shield umbrella out of Kingsman and a sword and a ring that means you can eat the dirt at your feet to gain sustenance. Lovely. Dorian, you happy with your pick?
I went for utility because there's like the things that appeal, like the I don't have anything that I could personally trade that would be worth like the weapons that would be useful. So I was like, yeah, I think that this gets the best. Mm-hmm. This is the best bang for my buck, so to speak.
Absolutely.
The cards that reveal weaknesses and a quill that makes people write the opposite of what they want to.
That quill's really, really good.
Yeah, that could be filthy, that.
You're going to forget we have that, and then it's going to be another dagger moment.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's going to be so useful for like Dorian's position.
Oh, yeah. That was a great pickup.
Honourable mentions from me. Cloak of the Listener. It's a cloak made of ears.
I nearly got that one.
Yeah, until I saw they could make earwax puddles, and I was like, no.
You just have to use Q-tips to clean it out. So
yeah, I don't know. I was looking at all the different cloaks, but I have the cloak I'm currently wearing does a feather fall if I fall from somewhere, which I have a tendency to climb. So
yeah, there were a couple other ones there that I was like, holy hell! The Ring of Devious Thievery.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And the other one that popped up to me is the Thirsting Blade.
I was comparing that to my current sword, my new Bloodforged longsword. Yep.
I was getting hints of grog though when I read through that.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, Cypher. I'm surprised you didn't go for the speaking ring.
I did look at it.
Yeah, the wisdom thing wouldn't work for me, so I passed by that.
No whip of pleasure, anyone?
I wanted to buy that. I wanted to buy that for Cypher as Vanya's present to him after getting the talk.
All right. So, with that then, that's episode 11 done. Yeah.
Well, that'll be goodbye, chat.
Goodbye, chat.
Goodbye, chat.
And see you next time on Pariahs.
Everyone, thank you as always for joining us. I'm going to hit the end screen. I've not got the other thing planned, or what the other thing that I've got planned set up on OBS yet, so I'll show it next week. But yeah, let me mute these guys up and we'll find someone to raid. Bark. Boom. Oh, yeah, it was a nice change, a nice downtime session. But with that said, we are done. Nix, thank you for the follow, by the way. I appreciate it. And of course, Lucius, thank you for gifting Noxious Beast 97 a sub. Wait to see the reactions of other characters when Vanya starts. I mean, yeah, that's gonna be an interesting little development. I'm not gonna lie. All right. Let's see who is streaming. Oh, Pocket Yeti is. I've raided Yeti a lot recently. Yeah, looks like. Let's have a quick glance through the Dungeons and Dragons. Who else is streaming D&D at the minute? What catches my eye? I am at a loss. So, in that case, we'll stick with raiding Pocket Yeti. So, everyone, once again, thank you, as always, for the support. Thank you for tuning in. We'll be here next Sunday for episode 12. And then after that, on the 14th, on the Saturday, I will be starting something new. It's obviously TTRPG related. It's not going to be a long continual campaign, just something short for a couple of sessions, but I want to try something out whilst I'm still planning other stuff. So yeah, so we've got Sunday the 8th, starting at 8 PM GMT. We've then got something, so that's on the 8th, it's Pariahs. Saturday we've got something else, which is the 14th, and then 15th we're also back to the Pariahs. 22nd, potentially, it's getting close to Christmas, but we'll see. Who knows? Who knows? We'll play it by ear, but yeah. Let's go raid Yeti. Bada! Dungeon Drakkenheim. I will. I shall have a look, Noxious. I shall have a look. I know that's by the guys who did by Ghostfire Gaming. But yeah, the thing that we're looking at is not going to be 5th edition. It is a completely different a different game. In fact, I'll say it. In fact, no. I'm going to wait. You have to wait and see. Tune in next week to find out what it is. With that, ta-ta for now, everyone. Bye.